Girl, Work It by Tyler Walker.
Y'all ready for some office drama? Because honey, this secretary's about to work it.
When she says work it, she means dealing with a boss who's hotter than a summer sidewalk, but messier than a toddler with finger paint.
Chantal might be catching feelings, but her man-child boss is catching, well, everything else.
Trust me, the story's got more tea than a British afternoon social.
Now, if you're wondering where to get all the juicy details that YouTube's too shy to show, slide on over to tylerwalker.com.
Use code SAVE40 for 40% off, because we love a good discount almost as much as a good story.
Hit that subscribe button and don't forget to leave a comment.
This is Tyler Walker's Girl, Work It. The only thing harder than the work is keeping your heart professional.
Chapter 1. Chantal. I'm paying for my coffee at my favorite coffee shop when I hear a familiar voice behind me. Chantal, the man says. I slowly turn around, hoping I'm wrong, and it's not who I think it sounds like. But as I face him, my heart drops. Jason, who I don't want to see right now. I'm having such a good morning. Why do I have to see someone that will ruin it? Hi, Jason. How's it going? I ask, not caring to hear the answer. I know it won't be a good answer if he gives me an honest one. I broke his heart a few months ago, and he won't let me forget it. Well, it could be better, considering you dumped me. But you don't care, so I won't bother you with my issues. I look away, rolling my eyes and trying to find a way around him. He sees my gaze again and continues. Wow, you are a frigid woman. You break up with me without an explanation and can't even take 2 seconds to hear the man out? His volume starts to rise. You know what? I still don't have to take this. Goodbye, Jason. I storm around him and walk out onto the sidewalk, and my heart aches. No one deserves name-calling. I have a tough outer exterior, but inside his words hurt. I slowly walk down the sidewalk, sipping my coffee and trying to push it out of my head. His impression of you means nothing. I keep telling myself that until my phone starts to ring in my pocket. I pull it out of my suit coat and see Randolph's name on the screen. Good morning, Randolph, I say as soon as the phone reaches my ear. Good morning, Miss Fisher. I'm afraid Clive is still not out of bed yet, he says. I look at the screen and it's almost 9 o'clock. Damn. Okay, I'll be right there. I take one last sip of my coffee and throw it into the trash can on the way to the curb. I throw my hands out and wave down a cab. I give him the estate's address and ask him to hurry. As soon as I arrive at the estate, I pay the driver and race into the house. After the horrible run-in with my condescending ex this morning, calling me frigid, I don't need Clive to act out today too. I emotionally can't handle it today. Clive is my boss and literal royalty. Like, he was born into the royal family of a small European country. He can be a bit immature considering he's in his 30s and getting a little old for the playboy lifestyle. But I guess anyone who grew up with the kind of money that he has would probably act a bit spoiled. He's really not a bad guy. Just driftless, I suppose. He cares about his art, and that's pretty much it. His parents have been pushing him for a long time to act more like a prince, and I think he acts out almost in defiance of them sometimes. I go into the kitchen and prepare a hangover tea for him, like I always do. Randolph is preparing some tea of his own at the stove. Good to see you so quickly, Miss Fisher. I got here as quickly as I could. Can you leave a little bit of that tea for me? It'll be faster if I can add to it, I say, scrambling around to find everything I need. Once it's ready, I carry it to Clive's bedroom door and call his name. No answer. It irritates me a little bit, and my thoughts are less than pleasant. He's a grown-ass man. He should be able to get himself up and out of bed on time. Until I remember that his plans were to go to the bar last night. This means he probably had too much fun, and it will not be an easy wake-up. A few more knocks with no answer, and my head pounds even harder than after my encounter this morning. It's been 5 years of the same behavior from him. Nothing's different. And he's still the same party boy I've been taking care of. I don't know why I allow myself to put up with it when there are plenty of other secretary positions elsewhere. The knocking turns to pounding until finally, I decide it's not going to work. He's dead asleep, and I'll have to go in. I hate when I go in and wake him because I never know what I will find. He's a playboy with lots of money and a reputation who wears jeans that complement his ass perfectly. He pairs them with a leather jacket that draws the babes in like a bimbo magnet. He needs to bring them home with him, and I usually see them all. It's been years of this, but I always worry about what I'll see next. I slide the door open slowly, trying not to look as I call out his name again. I call louder this time, hoping he'll hear me and I won't have to go all the way in. But even with raising my volume, he still doesn't answer. I brace myself for what I'm about to see and open the door all the way. I see the back of Clive's head and am grateful that he made it home, but 3 girls are in bed with him. 1 girl for each of the 3 standard hair colors. Luckily, they're all under the covers like he is, but I can't help feeling my heart break all over again. Knowing that the man I've fallen for behaves this way. He lets whoever he wants in his bed and has no idea it's crushing me every time. I try to hide the emotions on my face and act like I don't care. This shouldn't bother me, and I don't understand why I can't let go of a man who acts like this. I've spent the last 3 years trying to date other men to forget him, but I still find myself stuck on this man. My boss? How crazy can I be? But I can't help myself. He's the only man that really understands the real me. Not the persona that I show to the world to protect myself, but the person I am underneath the suits I wear and the tight bun I never let my hair escape from. He gets me more than anyone else, making it impossible to leave him alone. Our relationship is boss and secretary the way it should be, but over the years, it's grown into so much more. We spend so much time together that we're more like friends and partners rather than boss and employee. It's entirely platonic for him, but not for me, no matter how much I wish for it. And it's not just the way that he understands me. In a lot of ways, I like to imagine that I can see something deeper inside of him that no one else does. Being a royal means that his whole life is spelled out for him with such strict expectations. Whether he's leaning into them or rebelling against them, it's still an act. I feel like I'm the one who gets to see him unvarnished when he's just being Clive. Real Clive, who isn't being a princely airhead, is actually kind of sweet. I let out a huge sigh while trying to toss the thoughts from my mind. I can't let this affect my work. I walk over to the bed and I gently shake him awake. Hey, Clive. I'm sorry to wake you, but it's almost 9 o'clock. I don't want you to be late. He turns his head to look at me and pulls his arms out of the covers to stretch. As soon as he rolls over, it wakes the girls. They're giggling like schoolgirls, trying to tease him as he wakes up. I turn away from it. It hurts too much to watch other women pine for him and touch him how I wish to. I hear the sheets moving and turn back to look as Clive climbs out of them. The girls stand up to dress and he flops back onto the mattress. "Get out," he says to them with a frown while he lounges. The girls stare at him, looking lost at his outburst. It doesn't surprise me when he acts this way, but I still can't believe he doesn't even say good morning to them first. The girls' clothes are back on, but they still aren't getting that he doesn't want them here anymore. I let out another sigh, knowing that even though they're here because of him, it's my job to make them leave if that's what he wants. "Come on, girls, let's move," I tell them, gesturing for Clive's door. I grab 2 of the women's arms, trying to drag them out when they don't listen. One of his bimbos gets angry and tries to slap me because she refuses to leave. Clive calls out to the woman, "Veronica, you're not even good enough to be here. I just let you tag along with your friends. Now, get out." She stares at him for a second before bursting into tears and running out of the room. Her friends cradle her and they all leave. I know he says it to help me, but I can't help feeling sorry for her. I shake my head at him. Clive, you can't keep doing this. It's going to cause problems down the road eventually. I hand him his hangover tea, and he takes a sip. He sets it down for a second and starts chuckling. You're going to be there to clean up my mess, right? Honestly, I'm not sure anymore, I say, looking at the floor. I can't believe what I'm saying, but nothing this morning has gone according to plan. So what the hell? Why? Am I not paying you enough? Are you considering looking for another job? I can hear the surprise in his voice. I pause for a second, knowing my reasoning for wanting to leave, but I'm trying to think of a way to say it so that he won't know the truth. I know that I need to resign because I can't continue working for him with these feelings. How will I move on from him if I do? I keep thinking about how his gentleness is breaking my heart even more. He's such a good boss, and he's been an even better friend. I can tell he genuinely cares about me. He's proven it countless times over the years, including getting the girl after she tries hurting me this morning. It's just not how I care about him, and it's unhealthy for me to continue working here and feeling like this. I don't want to keep seeing his conquests and having to be a part of it all and keep getting my heart broken. My heart beats out of my chest when I try to speak. I sigh again. Actually, I prepared my resignation letter 2 weeks ago. I want to give it to you now.
Chapter 2. Clive. I place my empty teacup on the antique coffee table, then grab my throbbing forehead with my hand, trying my hardest to get a grasp on my reality. I must be more hungover than I thought. I just had a hallucination where you said you want to give me your resignation letter. Chantal takes slow paces along the other side of the table, then stops abruptly in the center of the room. It wasn't a hallucination. She folds her arms over her chest and avoids my gaze by looking to her right at the closed burgundy curtains. Her smooth brown skin is unexpressive and flat, showing no emotion. The only thing that gives her away is the way that she's batting her eyelashes more frequently than usual. She does that when she's nervous. She must be pretty serious about this to be avoiding my gaze like this. In the 5 years that I've known her, I've gotten to know her body language backward and forward. Did I do something that she didn't like? I can't believe she would have planned this deeply into it after being my devoted secretary for 5 years. We've really bonded throughout that time, and she has become a fixed part of my life. What the hell do I do in this situation? I would be lying if I said I haven't become codependent. Not only has Chantal brought some much-needed organization to my cluttered life, but she has also made my life so much easier in general. I've become so predictable to her that she can anticipate what I'm going to do before I do it. Who will I confide in if she's not around? Everyone else is so obsessed with my public image that they don't care to know who I really am beneath the wealth and royal lineage. I abandon my thoughts and return to the present moment when she finally looks at me curiously after the long pause of silence. The only thing that I can think to do is to stall for time. There is no way that I will never approve her resignation, so maybe if I drag out the process, she will end up changing her mind. I rise to my feet with my new mission on my mind. Let's pick this back up later. There's something I really need your help with at the studio. I'm gonna go get cleaned up. I brush past her on my way to my bathroom, getting a whiff of her usual perfume that smells floral yet elegant. Meet me downstairs at the car in 20 minutes. Sure thing. Chantal responds then. The sound of her heels clanking against the marble tile grows fainter, followed by the sound of the bedroom door closing. All I can think about as the soap suds and warm water flow down my body is the possibility of losing who I consider to be my best friend. We always put on a professional exchange in front of others, but when we're alone, everything is different. Nobody would ever guess by how we interact that we are employer and employee. We became such good friends due to her job, so I can only assume that by removing herself as my secretary, the friendship would go along with it. I stand in front of the vanity mirror and dry my body off with a large towel, then place it on the top of my head, rummaging it around to dry my golden blonde shoulder-length hair. I often go to a hairdresser whenever I have an event to attend because I personally find doing my hair a chore. My go-to style is just grabbing a handful of gel, running it through my long strands to create beach waves, then going about my day. The only reason I continue to grow it out is because it pisses my father off. Chantal stands at the side of the black Maserati Quattraport, holding a pleasant conversation with my personal driver, Lionel. I exit the front doors of the family home, descending the white stairs in my red leather jacket, black t-shirt, and dark blue jeans. "Good morning, Lionel." Lionel smiles widely, opening the back right door for us. "Good morning, Master Clive." Chantal climbs into the back seat first, then slides over to the left side with her large Prada business tote that I gifted her for her last birthday. I lower into the seat, then extend my long legs in the extra space designated for my 6-foot, 5-inch height. Lionel gently closes the door for me, then purposefully strolls around the front of the car to the driver's side. After the car smoothly enters the main road, Chantal leans over the center of the back seat to show me the newest viral video of our favorite internet comedian. We both laugh throughout the 5-minute sketch, then before we know it, we've arrived at my studio. I've always considered this place my safe haven. It's the only space that I have to myself where I'm not under the watchful and judgmental eye of my father. It doesn't matter that I'm a grown man of 32 years. He has always been a dictator and will continue to be that way as long as he inhabits this earth. Unfortunately, this is the price that I pay for being born into a monarchy. Lionel exits from the front of the car, then makes his way around to open my door. I exit leisurely, enjoying how the air seems fresher, then notice that Chantal is already by my side. "We'll see you later, Lionel." I start walking to the door of the building that looks more like a townhouse from the outside rather than a business space. I turn my key in the door, push down the handle, then gesture for her to enter first. I follow behind her, locking the door behind me. She takes a few steps forward, observing how messy I left the first floor, then turns to face me with an annoyed expression. I know. I walk forward to her, then cross my arms over my chest as I share her sentiments. But there's a perfectly logical reason why I left the showcase space like this. Really? She turns her body to me, waiting eagerly for an explanation. You know the next showcase is coming up. I leave her side to pick up some of the paintings on canvases that I left in the middle of the room, then neatly place them against the left side wall. That's what I need your help with. I'm having a hard time choosing which pieces I should feature. I understand that, Clive, but I just cleaned this whole room for you a week ago. She exhales sharply as she still scans all the materials carelessly scattered everywhere. There's no reason why it should look like a tornado passed through here. You're absolutely right. I'll put this on my to-do list for today. I continue to walk through the large room that I use for exhibits, and sometimes as a concert hall when I debut my new music. Chantal drags her feet as she trails behind me. Don't bother yourself with it. I can organize it again. You need to practice the piano today. You'll be playing for a lot of important people even sooner. I stand at the base of the stairs, hoping that she'll accompany me rather than stay downstairs cleaning up my mess. Are you sure? I could help you and practice later. It won't take me long. Plus, it will be easier to choose which artwork you want when it's organized again. She takes off her navy suit jacket, then places it on the sofa. I'll be up shortly. Sometimes I forget who is the boss out of the two of us, but it's a trait that I've always admired about her. She takes initiative unlike everyone else who just waits for me to order them around. I ascend the stairs slowly to the second floor, reaching the area that consists of a main ballroom and 3 large rooms. The ballroom has my C. Bechstein piano in the center and other musical instruments around the room. The first room is my office. It's followed by the guest room with its own ensuite bathroom and kitchenette that Chantal often occupies. Last is the room that I crash in when I'm too exhausted to go home. I sit in front of my piano, exhaling deeply as I crack my knuckles before playing. The first piece I begin practicing is an original composition that I completed recently. I release a grunt of frustration after making several careless mistakes. That's when I realize that it's impossible for me to concentrate. No matter how hard I try, I just can't ignore the elephant in the room. It feels like the walls of the massive room are closing in on me as I once again confront the issue of Chantal's surprise resignation. There's no way I'll get anything done in this state. I need to know why she wants to abandon me. Am I being too sensitive about this? I feel like it's something deeper than the reason she gave me when she was prompted. Have her life goals become greater? That would be of no consequence to me. I would have no problem raising her salary. Hell, I'll even give her a share in profits if that means she will stick around. Perhaps I've gotten too cocky after all these years. Do I need to change something about myself? I never imagined that this day would come. If I could have it my way, we would be old and gray, still working side by side. My phone suddenly rings, pulling me out of my deep thought process. I look at the screen, then frustratingly stand up when I see that my father is calling. I only left the house half an hour ago. What the hell could he possibly want? I immediately dread the conversation, but swipe the green call button up like a good son, answering promptly with a low, "Hello?"
Chapter 3. Chantal. I've nearly got the space back into order when Clive storms out of his studio. He stomps down the stairs, and it's immediately apparent that something is wrong. I notice how white his face is, and the frown that he wears. If it's a reaction to my resignation, it seems a bit delayed, but I can't tell what else would have set him off so suddenly. "Clive, wait," I call as he storms toward the door. "What's going on?" I walk quickly behind him, trying to catch up. With his back to me, he studies his phone for a few more seconds. "We can talk about it later. I have to go," he declares. "What? No, is this about my resignation?" An angry look crosses his face, telling me he's done listening. "Chantal," he yells, and I jump at his sudden outburst. "I said that we will talk about this later. I have something to take care of right now, but I need you to stay here." "What, you're leaving?" "I am, but you need to stay here and wait for me. We'll discuss this when I get back." All of me wants to stop him. I want to ask him what's so important that he's leaving in the middle of something like this, but instead, I do the excellent employee thing I always do. I let him tell me what to do, and I don't put up a fight. I mean, what else can I do? He's still my boss for now. I nod. "Okay, I'll be here whenever you're ready." He nods and rushes down the stairs and out of the door. I know that to an average person, him storming out with no explanation would seem irritating, but to the person who's been with him for so many years, it's nothing new. I have a complete setup with a room in this building because of his sudden and insensitive requests. He's always saying, "Cancel your night out with your friends. We're going somewhere. Or you can just stay here. It's too late to go home now." There are so many late nights I can't even count them all, and they happen too frequently even to try. But he doesn't realize that he's completely destroying my private life. I don't remember the last time I've been out for a fun night. I probably don't even remember how to have a good time. Anyways, he's the one paying me for now. So I will do as he asks, even if it's sitting here doing nothing while he goes out and does God knows what with God knows who. I also can't let his sudden leaving upset me because he currently pays for my apartment. If I go before he gets back, and he fires me before I can find another job, I'll lose it. It's freaking expensive on this side of the city. My thoughts keep bringing me back to what important issue takes him away from me like this. I think about all the things he likes to do. I hope a girl isn't the reason. But I toss that idea out when I remember the look on his face and start trying to think of something that upsets him. His father immediately comes to mind. His father must have called. That has to be the reason for his sudden storm out. I know it's usually only his father that makes him act like this. What am I going to do while I wait for him? I think while looking around the room. I've settled the mess down here, but then I remember that I haven't checked his office. It's always a disaster in there. I head up the stairs, finding exactly the horror that I expected. He has papers thrown all over his desk and files open all over the cabinets. Messes drive me crazy, especially Clive's, because he takes it out on me when his things are unorganized, and he can't find them. He'll force me to sort through his mess because he doesn't want to deal with it. I start organizing everything to save myself trouble later and figure it'll occupy my time until he gets back. While I organize, my mind starts to wander. I find myself wondering what I'll do after I leave him. I go through scenarios where I incision myself in someone else's office, organizing their files for them, and it makes me sad. My heart aches just thinking about doing these things for someone else. I don't know what I'll do when I don't see him every day. It will completely devastate me to leave, but it's necessary. I can't stay like this forever. I can see what will happen if I do. Clive will get married to some gorgeous woman he finds at a bar, and they'll live happily ever after. In comparison, I'll probably just become an old maid. Thinking about him marrying off causes my mind to shift. It shifts to my parents. They're always telling me to move on and let him go. You need to make something out of your life other than being a secretary for famous playboy royalty, they always say. I can never get through a phone call without them telling me how they want me to have a family. In fact, they're setting me up on a blind date as soon as I resign. I don't understand why they can't be proud that their daughter is working. I have a successful job and my own place. I shake my head. I can't believe they're still trying to ruin my life. My thoughts consume me as I work endlessly cleaning up in his office until I finally glance out the window. I notice the sun is setting, and he's still not back yet. I start thinking about leaving again, but it doesn't last long. I can't go. I want to talk to him. When I finish putting away the last file, I sigh. Maybe we won't talk tonight. He must be enjoying himself somewhere, I think, and shut off the light. I walk down the hall to my section of his building. I think about just going to bed, but I know I won't sleep if I lay down right now, so I decide to take a shower instead to try and wash off this damn day. I walk into the bathroom and turn on the water as hot as my skin can take. The steam fills the room as I undress, immediately upsetting my curls when I let them fall from the bun. As I shower, I let the water run on my face. I'm not even worried about washing my hair. All I can think about is trying to let the water wash away my feelings. When my face has enough, I turn around and expose my back to the heat. My head falls back and the water trickles through my hair. I'm finally starting to feel better and decide I might be able to sleep. So I turn the water off and grab my towel. I dry off and dry my hair in the mirror. I realize I forgot to grab a change of clothes, so I wrap the towel around me and walk to my room. I rifle through my drawers and find some PJs. Just as I'm about to drop the towel to change, my bedroom door flies open. It startles me, causing me to jump and nearly lose my towel. I turn around quickly to see who it is when Clive bursts in. What the hell is happening? I wonder as he walks toward me. He seems drunk, but just how drunk? Why did he come here and not his bed? I wonder again. His speech slurs. I thought, you left me. I can't wrap my brain around what's going on. What? I ask, just as he rushes towards me. He stumbles into me and accidentally pushes us back on the bed. He doesn't move off of me. He lays on top of me and mumbles, "Stay with me, Chantal. You're all I have." His words feel like a knife shredding through my heart. My arm flies to my face, covering it as I try not to cry. I take a few moments to get myself together before I respond in a shaky voice. "You're so unfair, Clive. I really, really hate you." I say the words, hoping they'll help me actually hate him. I hope they do. I want to hate him, but no matter how much I try to convince myself, I just can't. I can't hate him. He passes out, and I leave him lying on me for a few moments longer than I should. basking in his presence until I gently push him off me enough to slide out from under him. I stare at him lying in my bed as I put on my PJs. I know we can't sleep in the same bed. It will mean more to me than it will to him, and I'll get hurt again. But I don't know how I'll get him into his bed alone. So I decide I'll keep him in mine and go sleep on the couch. I pull him up to the top of the bed as far as I can. I cover him up and set the bathroom trash can beside him. When I feel confident that he'll be okay to sleep it off, I grab my pillow and a blanket to go sleep on the couch.
Chapter 4. Clive. The sharp pains from my head hit me as soon as I wake up. But where am I? These aren't the linens from my bed. I raise myself off my stomach into a push-up position to examine where I passed out drunk the night before. Damn, I'm on Chantal's bed. This is exactly why she's tired of my dam. I fully shift into a seated position on the bed, noticing how I'm occupying it alone. Did I do something to offend her last night? The last thing I want to do is jeopardize our friendship. I look down at my attire, feeling relieved that I'm still wearing my same clothes from last night. It's a miracle that she's managed to put up with me for this long. I know that I can get pretty intolerable when I'm intoxicated. My head continues to throb as I attempt to recall what exactly happened once I arrived back at the studio. Ugh, I'm such an idiot. I lower my forehead to the other side of the bed. The navy satin sheets feel cool, indicating that Chantal has been gone for quite some time, but the sensation feels good to my face, so I stay in that position for a few minutes. I can't believe I begged her to stay with me last night. I mumble into the mattress of the king-sized bed, feeling the vibration of my deep voice bounce back against my face. I truly am pathetic. After I've had my fill of self-loathing, I pull myself off the bed, preparing myself to face Chantal. Like usual, I have a lot of apologizing to do. I can hear some movement coming from her living room and kitchen area that is separated by a wall. As my hand grabs the doorknob, I start to remember how she took the time to cover me and made me as comfortable as she could before she left the room to sleep on the couch. I exhale sharply, hoping that she won't be pissed off by my irresponsible behavior. I scrawled up again. A grown man like me keeps this up. What am I going to do with my life? My hand turns the knob, then I exit the bedroom, walking lethargically through the living room to the kitchen and dining area. This part of the studio is considered the master suite, but I designated it as Chantal's space a while back because she loves to cook. My bedroom is nothing special, but it's only needed to sleep in, and I sometimes shower in my ensuite bathroom. Chantal looks surprised to see me when she glances at me over her left shoulder. Good morning. She speaks in a cheerful tone and resumes cooking over the stove. Is she so desensitized to my childish ways that she is totally unbothered from last night? This is just as concerning, if not more concerning than her holding a grudge against me. I stand frozen where I am, trying to find the words to take accountability for my actions, but they don't come out as I planned. What? She turns her body to me and gives me a curious expression as she jokingly waves the spatula. Is there something on my face? No, you don't have to do that. I stand there awkwardly, sliding my hands into the pockets of my trousers. Well, how about you give me a hand then? She smiles, then transfers the skillet full of scrambled eggs into a large bowl to her right. I feel more reassured by her friendliness, walking confidently to her left side to retrieve the plates from the cabinet that I don't have to reach for due to my height. She would have definitely told me off by now if she were upset. One of the main things that I admire about our relationship is our transparency with each other. Chantal has seen me at my absolute worst, and that allows me to be my true self when I'm around her. I'm probably going to starve without you. I release a low chuckle as I set the table. You know I'm hopeless when it comes to food. I know. She brushes against my right side as she places the plates of pancakes and eggs in the center of the table. I feel sorry for whoever finds your body. My lips form a smirk as I give her a playful look. Very funny. It'll be funny until you get arrested for involuntary manslaughter." "What?" Chantal giggles as she grabs the plate of bacon from the counter, then places it between the eggs and pancakes. "If I wanted you dead, I could have killed you a long time ago." I pull out my chair, then lower myself into the seat as I watch her sit in the chair across from me. There's no way I'll keep my sanity without having our lighthearted banter every day. I still need to convince her against resigning, but I don't want to kill the vibe by bringing up the topic right now. Then there's the issue of last night. She slightly tilts her head as she holds my gaze with wide eyes. "I didn't cook everything for you to just look at it. Help yourself." "Right." I pick up the plate of eggs first, then use the serving spoon to place some onto my plate. "Thanks for cooking." "Sure thing." Chantal loads 2 pancakes onto her plate, then looks up at me. "Did you see that Astro Shimon added a show here next month?" I guess enough of us convinced him that excluding New York from his tour was pure blasphemy. "Really?" I take the plate of pancakes from her, then place 3 of them onto my plate. I bet he's even funnier in person. How do I ask her to go see our favorite comedian together without making it weird? We've only ever hung out at events if they were business-related. She simply nods as a response while pouring syrup on her pancakes, then taking the first few bites of her food. I use my knife and fork to cut my pancakes into pieces, then generously pour the syrup over them. It's obvious that Chantal is avoiding talking about last night, and I'm still too embarrassed to bring it up myself. Maybe it's best if we just enjoy our breakfast together first, especially since I might not have this luxury for much longer. The tension in the room is apparent as we finish eating our food in silence. I avoid her gaze for as long as I can, but the lack of noise must be driving her crazy, because she randomly pushes her chair backwards and stands up after placing her knife and fork in the center of her empty plate. "Would you like some coffee? I'm dying for some." She walks over to the kitchenette and takes down the coffee beans from the cabinet. "You must have read my mind." I respond with the answer I would normally give her, albeit my mind remains elsewhere. I can't help but think that if I would have made better decisions over the years, then we wouldn't be here in this predicament. I mean, that's the only reason someone would suddenly quit their job, right? Their work environment more than likely has become unbearable. Is it too late for me to make improvements? The only way for me to know for certain is to see where her head is with all of this. The aroma of the coffee brewing instantly makes me feel more awake. I close my eyes as I inhale consciously, then follow it with a deep exhale. This is it, Clive. It's now or never. You can't keep postponing the inevitable. I stand up slowly, then start stacking all the empty plates on top of each other. "That was delicious. I'll wash the dishes since you cooked." "That's not necessary. You have some meetings to get ready for." Chantal pours coffee into 2 mugs, then glances up at me as I make my way over to the sink with all of the piled-up plates and silverware. "And you could use a shower." I place the items into the sink, then place my hand at the collar of my shirt, sniffing the remnants of booze and bad decisions. "I do smell like damn, huh?" Chantal nods with a raised brow, handing me my black coffee. "I'll have to wash my bedsheets thanks to you." "Thank you." I accept the coffee mug, take a cautious sip, then express a satisfied sigh. "Can I just cancel my meeting this morning?" "I'd advise against it. It's with the director of the charity event. You've wanted to perform at this venue for a while." Her dark brown eyes gaze up at me over the brim of her green coffee cup. At this point, it's eating away at me, and I can't hold back anymore. The question escapes from my lips before I have a chance to stop the words. "Are you serious about resigning?" Chantal gives me an expressionless nod as if she expected the topic to resurface. Nothing can change my mind about it. I really can't blame her. It's okay. I sigh heavily, accepting my defeat. "You can go." She stares at me with widened eyes, stunned that I agreed to it so easily. Her voice is nearly a whisper when she replies, "Thank you." Damn this. If she thinks I'm giving up on her this easily, she has another thing coming. I observe her thoughtfully as she stands with her back against the counter and calmly drinks her coffee. So, how about we take our relationship to the next level?
Chapter 5. Chantal. Am I hearing him correctly? This can't be what he is asking me, can it? I wonder silently. My hands feel clammy, and I'm suddenly nauseous. I try to gain my composure before responding. What are you talking about? I ask. I can hear the shock in my voice as soon as it escapes my lips, and I wonder if the look on my face is giving my surprise away too. Is he really offering me what I think he is? There's no way this is happening. He chuckles before speaking again. Marry me, Chantal. My heart pounds in my chest so hard, I can hear it ringing in my ears. Suddenly, I start feeling lightheaded. Don't faint. Don't faint. Don't faint. I'm telling myself, and the words keep bouncing around in my brain until I can calm them enough to speak again. Excuse me? My voice shakes as the words come out. This can't be happening. I have to be dreaming. That's it. I'm dreaming. I need to pinch myself, and I'll wake up and laugh when I realize it's a dream. I hear Clive's voice again, pulling me out of my "it's a dream" theory. Let's get married. Today. Tomorrow. This week. Whenever you want, as long as it's within the month. My parents want me to get married, so I'm doing it. He stares off for a moment, looking lost in thought, until he smiles and continues. It's not exactly in the way that they're wanting. See, they want me to marry the woman of their choice, but I'm choosing to go with my choice instead, he exclaims. His eyes are sparkling, and he's grinning from ear to ear. Even though he looks fine, I can't help but wonder if he's going crazy. He's a party boy, and I'm his secretary. Even though his parents are asking him to get married, this can't be what he really wants. Is it? No. There's no way this is real. Are you hearing yourself, Clive? I ask. Did I go deaf or something? My mind isn't comprehending any of this properly. Clive is asking me to marry him. But what does he think marriage is like? Do you even know what marriage is? The question comes out a little harsher than I mean, but I'm genuinely curious about his response. He scoffs. Like my parents' marriage? Exactly. He knows nothing about it at all. There's no way he can be asking me this for real. No. I immediately snap at him. How dare he throw something as serious as marriage around? Is this just his desperate attempt to keep me from resigning? I can feel the frustration showing on my face, but I don't care. Of course, it's not like your parents. They've been cheating on each other, and they're extremely irresponsible parents altogether. I'm silent for a moment, trying to gather my thoughts. I know what I want to say to him, but if I don't calm down a little first, he won't understand it. Marriage should be a passionate relationship between two people who love each other. It's for people who think they are destined to be together and want to spend the rest of their lives together. A lasting bond. He cuts me off, which frustrates me because I'm obviously not getting through to him. In short, it's a partnership, right? He asks. Well, yeah, I guess, but it's... He interrupts again. Look, we have common interests. We respect each other, and aren't your parents pushing you to marry as well? I think about my parents and their constant statements about them wanting me to start a family. I know what they want from me, but it can't be like this. I decide to ignore his question and ask my own. What brought this on, Clive? He looks down at the floor and sighs. Man, I didn't think it would take this much persuading. But if you must know, my parents are trying to arrange a marriage for me. They want me to marry someone for political reasons. All they talk about is how it's my responsibility for the country and the family. Blah, blah, blah. I try not to listen. His look turns back to me, and the corner of his mouth raises as he grins slightly. But I've had enough of them. So I told them I'm marrying you because you're pregnant. They don't want another illegitimate child in the family, right? After all, I'm already a failure. My heart feels like it might stop completely, and I get dizzy as he continues. My mother was livid, of course, and my father nearly had a heart attack, but they can't do anything about it since you're already pregnant. It's perfect. They can't stop it. He smiles even more prominently. I slow my breathing enough to yell. Are you freaking crazy? You're basically telling me that I don't have a choice but to say yes. He grabs the cup of tea in front of him. That's what I want, he says, taking a drink. I want you. His last words suddenly freeze me. I want you. I don't know if hearing him say this sentence sounds better in my dreams or from his own lips. I want more than anything for him to be saying it because he means it, but I know that's not why. And I can't let him do this to me. If I let him say it and not mean it, I'll be the one hurt when this goes badly. Clive, a marriage is a lifetime commitment. You don't even find me attractive. His eyebrows raise. Who said that? I find you extremely attractive. He shrugs his shoulders. Also, who said anything about a lifetime? I'm instantly furious. Oh God, Clive. You probably find every woman attractive as long as they have the right hole. I snap. And then the last part of his response dawns on me. What did you just say? That last part. He sets his cup down and plays with the handle, looking like this conversation is nothing new to him, and making me wonder if I'm being a bit foolish with my outbursts. I just need a year of your life, Chantal. What's so bad about that? You'll just have to endure me that long. You've already given me 5 years. Just add 1 more. He stares at me for a few moments, looking like he's studying my face. Look, I know it may seem a little odd to you, but I promise it's only until everything settles down at home. There's a fight for the throne, and they want my half-brother to secure it. That's the whole reason why they brought up marriage. Okay, I guess I understand that part a little more. But what about the baby you told them about? We can't exactly have them expecting one and then just not ever have it. And what if they wonder why I don't start showing? There's no way it'll work. I'm hoping I'll eventually annoy him enough with every question I ask and he'll drop it, but he seems to have an answer for all of them. Miscarriage, let's just claim that. Chantal, when we get a divorce, I'll give you alimony deserving of a duke's wife. Plus, your parents will probably stop bothering you too. I can't stop staring at him in disbelief. He's working up this entire story and telling it to me like it means nothing. Like it's something ordinary people do every day. Why is this so easy for him? How about my feelings? Pretending to be his wife for a whole year will kill me. There's no way he will be able to talk me into this, I keep thinking. But then I think back to how in love with him I am, and how even just trying to leave the job has been nearly impossible. It makes me sick to think about. And I know if I go, all my feelings for him will come with me. I'll be stuck with them forever. Finally, I can let my anger soften and begin wondering what will happen if I use this to my advantage. Maybe this 1 year of marriage with him will purge him out of my system for good. Perhaps if he thoroughly breaks my heart at the end of this, all of my illusions about him will be gone. Maybe then my heart will finally be able to let go of him. His eyes never leave my face as I stand before him, contemplating my decision. No matter how insane this seems, I don't think I have a choice. I can't get rid of my feelings for him on my own, and I don't know what else to do. If I don't do something soon, I'll be stuck with this pain and longing in my heart forever. I take a few more moments to make sure I'm making the right choice. Finally, I sigh. Yes, I'll do it, but I have rules, Clive. Of course, I would expect you to have a few, but are you serious? Don't mess with me. I nod my head, yes, and a shy smile appears. His face lights up, and he excitedly stands up to hug me. I think about pushing him away for a moment, but that feeling soon passes. Instead, I lean into it, taking it all in. I might have a plan for working on getting rid of my feelings for him, but that doesn't mean I can't accept a highly overdue hug from him first. Chapter 6. Chantal. Clive and I sit back down to continue our breakfast when our hug ends. I can feel my nervousness building until butterflies start swarming in my stomach, but I can't seem to settle them. I can't believe I'm doing this. How will I keep my feelings aside long enough to get through this and move on from Clive? I forget he's sitting beside me until he speaks, startling me. You should start thinking about what your rules are, and then you can write them down for me whenever you figure them out. I can have my people get some papers drawn up for us and make this official, he says. As soon as he finishes, an idea pops into my head, and I smile as I get up from my chair. I walk over to the bottom drawer of a kitchen cabinet, and I can feel him watching me as I pull out a pen and a scratched piece of paper. I walk back to the table, push my plate out of the way, and set them down in front of me before responding. I already know what they are. Are you ready to hear them? Wow. You do? Are you sure? That was fast, and I don't want you to regret anything later, or be upset that you didn't think of something else to add. He stares at me for a moment, and then when he doesn't get a response, continues. But yes, of course. If you're ready, let's hear them. How about I write them down on this paper for you instead, and then you can read them aloud back to me. That way, I know you know exactly what I'm asking of you, and if you have any questions, you'll be able to ask them in person. Sounds good to me. I'm just still shocked you came up with them so fast, he says, watching me as I start writing. While I write, I'm thinking of all the things I can ask that he won't be able to do. This way, if he breaks a rule, it'll end the marriage faster, and this will all be over with. Clive finishes his plate while it takes me a few minutes to write my list. When the last demand is down, I click the pen shut, and he slides his empty plate upward. I slide the paper in front of him and watch his eyes race across the paper as he starts reading. Hey, no, I asked you to read them out loud, please. I want to ensure you fully understand what I need from you to make this work. That way, there is no confusion, and you can't use not knowing as an excuse if you break a rule. He rolls his eyes playfully and starts to read aloud. Rule number 1. Okay. I'm not reading the number associated with every single one. No sex, no extramarital affair, no cheating. I must respect you. There will be no unnecessary touching. He stops. Okay, what's that mean exactly? I smile at his confusion. I understand that this arrangement is to pull off a believable show. So that rule means no touching me unless it's an occasional moment where it's necessary. Like if we are at a public event, and they are taking pictures of us. Or if we ever happen to go to your parents for dinner, and you want them to see us show each other affection. But nothing else, and under no other circumstances. Okay, understood. Basically just an extension of the no-sex rule. Got it. He continues reading. No private hugging, no private or intimate kissing, no unnecessary or private laughing together or cracking jokes. No spending time together outside of work or obligations required to keep the arrangement going. He slams the paper down. Damn, Chantal, is there anything we're allowed to do? Come on, read the last one. He picks the paper back up. You must be a proper husband. A flirtatious grin spreads across his face, and I interrupt before he can even say why. Be a proper husband in every way except the sex. He frowns. Damn, I thought maybe you were going back on your first rule. He laughs. So, are you sure that's all of them? It is, but I want you to take a few minutes and look over them before responding, okay? He puts his head down, and his eyes dart back and forth as he reads through it again. I'm feeling happy with my quick choices, because surely he won't be able to last during this marriage with those rules. After knowing him for so long, I know there's no way he'll be able to live without a woman, and especially for this long, with one that isn't giving him sex. Then he'll cheat on me and I'll get extremely hurt. Maybe the pain of the betrayal will wake me up from this crazy, one-sided love. It already breaks my heart enough, but maybe it will help me move on if he shows me the reality of who he is and all he wants from a woman. Hopefully it will break all my good illusions and the what-ifs I have about him. His head pops up when he's done reading through it, and the upset expression on his face tells me that he's about to add something or object, but I cut him off before he can. There's no room for negotiation. That's why I insisted you read through them again. You can accept the rules I have in order for this to work for me, or it's no deal. Every part of me hopes he'll say no deal, and we can forget this conversation entirely. I watch him for a few moments as he repeatedly looks over the list. For a second, I get hopeful, because it seems like he will object. My heartbeat quickens as he turns back toward me to speak. Okay, he says. What? There's no way he really agrees to all of them. Okay, I say questioningly. Yeah, okay. This arrangement is important to me, so I agree to follow your rules in order for this to work. I'll have the contract drafted as soon as possible for you to review before we sign. But one last thing. The words leave his lips, instantly frustrating me. Seriously? What more can there be? I'm still not allowing negotiations. I'm ready to remind him of it when he continues. What about the money? Do you want to receive payment for the arrangement? Oh, right. My part of the deal. Now I feel like an asshole for making assumptions. I think it should stay how it is. Technically, I'll still be working for you, so I think you should just pay according to my wage. A huge grin appears on his face, and he sticks his hand out for me to shake. As I shake it, I can't help but notice how firm of a handshake he has. You can tell a lot about a man by his handshake, and his impresses me. Our handshake seals the deal, but inside I'm full of questions. Did I do the right thing? Even though I know, I have no other choice. I want to end the conversation for now, so I get up and start grabbing stuff off the table to put it away. He smiles at me and gets up to help. As I wash the dishes, he stands beside me, drying them and putting them back in their places. He's talking to me about day-to-day life like everything is normal. He's suddenly being so sweet and helpful, and it surprises me. I feel a hand on my back as he walks past me, just like a gentleman does. Why are you being so sweet all of a sudden? I ask, wondering what the hell is going on. An insanely sweet smile appears. I'm acting the way a normal husband should, wife. That's all, honey. He returns to drying the last of the dishes, but his sweet smile won't leave my mind. If he smiles like this at me all the time, while acting so affectionately, what will happen to me? I can't move on from him if he's doing everything I want the man I love to do for me. Damn, maybe this isn't the right thing to do. I start thinking of how to tell him I want to back out, that this isn't going to work and I can't do it. Regret flashes across my face while I'm finding the right words. I've never been good at hiding my facial expressions, proving it now. Because before I get the chance to tell him I can't do it, he interrupts. No, take backs. He laughs. You're in this too far to turn back now, but I promise it's going to be great. You'll see, he says, beginning to walk out. But just as he's about to exit, he turns. You need to get prepared. I'm going to call you in 3 hours. We're going out today. Before I can say anything in response, he's out the door. Clive, wait. Come back here for a minute. Please, I call, but he just waves at me, and I hear his whistling fading down the hallway. My heart sinks as soon as I no longer hear him. My palms get sweaty, and I start to feel sick all over again. What have I done? I ask myself. What do I do now? Will I get out of this agreement as a whole person? Or will I be even more broken than I am right now?
Chapter 7. Clive. Why is my heart still beating so fast? Chantal has agreed to the contract marriage, so I should be feeling relieved since I've surpassed my greatest hurdle. I arrogantly assumed that she would go along with it due to her unfaltering loyalty. But she is still a person with free will. If she would have chosen to shoot down my offer instead, there would have been nothing more that I could have done. I'm just really lucky to have a woman like her by my side. I have Lionel drive me back to the studio 3 hours later. He turns around to look at me from the driver's seat once he feels that my energy is off. You've been strange today. Is everything okay, Master Clive? Oh. My head pops up to hold his gaze after his inquiry brings me back to reality. Yeah, Lionel. I'll be back with Chantal shortly. I let myself out of the right side of the black Maserati Quattraport, turning my long legs outside of the back seat, then standing up tall. I'm casually dressed, but still dressed to kill in my brown motorcycle jacket, white t-shirt, and black jeans. My brown Oxford shoes bring the look together without making me look too casual. I walk up to the tall doors with my brown briefcase hanging in my right hand, then let myself in with my key. Chantal is already downstairs waiting for me in the lounge area. She rises from the couch, watching attentively as I take confident strides over to her. You're dressed like you're on a mission. You know I'm always a man on a mission. I stop in front of her, raising the briefcase to my chest as if I'm modeling it for a fashion show. I brought the contracts for us to sign before we head out. Let's have a seat for a moment. I position myself at her left side, then casually lower myself onto the suede couch. Sure thing. Chantal places her hands at her thighs, then sits down beside me. She observes my motions thoroughly as I open the briefcase against the glass coffee table, then remove 2 small stacks of papers that are stapled together. It has all of your stipulations added to it. I respectfully place her copy onto the table in front of her and set the other onto my lap. Feel free to take your time to read through it. She reaches for her document, then places the left palm of her hand outward to me. Do you have a pen? I retrieve a black ink pen from a pocket inside my briefcase, then hand her one. My eyes watch in disbelief when Chantal immediately flips to the last page, signing it without a single hitch. Her face carries an unbothered expression as she silently passes me the papers with the pen on top of them. I know they didn't teach you to sign a document without reading it at Princeton. I accept the items, then sign my name on the line of the last page next to hers. That goes without saying when it's someone that you haven't known for 5 years. She explains as she turns her body to me at an angle on the couch. Sometimes the people you've known the longest are the ones you have to watch out for. I mean, look at my parents. They are a prime example. I subconsciously shift my body to hers in a similar way, after placing the papers and pen into the open briefcase. You have a valid point, but I trust you. She takes the other stack of papers from my lap, looking up at me for confirmation. Shouldn't both copies be signed? Yes, they should. I reach into the briefcase again for the pen, handing it to her gratefully. She passes the pen and papers to me, still flipped to the last page. Then I repeat the previous action with my signature. I take a sigh of relief as I flip the pages over to the front page, then hand it to her. You can keep this one. Thanks. She stands up holding the papers with both hands. I'll go put these with my important files in my room. Do you need anything from your office while I'm up there? No. I have everything I need. I wonder after speaking the words if my expression gave away my true sentiments. The contract is helping me to focus solely on her, and I can't help but feel accomplished because of it. I could have kept avoiding my parents' arrangement because I have the means, but this method is giving me exactly what I want. As long as I can keep Chantal with me, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I watch her kindlier as she makes her way up the stairs until she is no longer in sight. She always carries herself so well with her amazing posture and professional demeanor. Any parent who wasn't hell-bent on wealth and political gain would see how Chantal would make the perfect daughter-in-law. It's truly a shame how status trumps class, beauty, and intelligence. Ever since she brought the resignation to my attention, I've changed my perspective. She is the only person in my life who is irreplaceable, and I can't see myself spending my life with anyone other than her. It's far too late for regrets. I'm in love with Chantal, and I have been for quite some time now. I can't reveal my true feelings because I'm terrified of the possible rejection. If she knows that I want all of this role-playing to be real, it would scare her farther away from me, and that's the last thing I need right now. I've already had the scare of losing her forever, and what I need to focus on now is ensuring that her time with me is incomparable. She's always been too good for me, but if I prove to her how loving and charismatic I can be, maybe she will choose me for real. The small heels of Chantal's dress shoes clank against the cream, laminate flooring as she energetically descends the stairs. She walks over to me with her fashionable work tote in her hand. So, where are we going? My eyes lower from her hair that is always in a neat high bun down to her usual navy business suit and black 3-inch pumps. She doesn't have any clothes here other than her work uniforms, and I want her to be comfortable. Chantal looks great in anything she wears, but I know this isn't the right outfit for today. Lost in thought, I realize I've been staring for an awkward amount of time. I snap out of my trance, hastily holding her gaze again, to avoid being disrespectful. Do you want to drop by your apartment? My apartment? She gives me a perplexed look. Why would I need to go there? We'll be doing a lot of walking, so dressing more casually would be better. I explain as I slide my hands into the pockets of my jeans. Chantal blinks her eyes several times, exposing her classic tell. There's no need. I'm used to walking miles in this outfit. That may be true. I focus on convincing her with my warm smile. But this isn't a work venture. Oh. She glances down at her suit trousers and heels, then meets my eyes again. Okay. We meet Lionel outside at the car, and he greets us by opening the back door. As the car sets off on our short trip, I glance out of my right side mirror, anticipating how Chantal will react to the activities that I have planned for us. It's a new sensation because she is usually the one telling me where I need to be and at what time. I'd be lying if I said that I don't like it. I can feel her eyes on me for half a minute before she finally breaks the silence. Her eloquent voice travels from the left side of the back seat. Where are we going afterwards? I release a low chuckle before looking over at her. You'll see when we get there. It's adorable how not knowing our destination is eating away at her. She's in for many more surprises like this one. This is only the tip of the iceberg. I guess I should get used to this with my new role. She turns her head to watch the people and other cars that we pass on her side. This will be light work compared to the 5 years that you've endured. I smirk at the thought of us masquerading around as a couple. When we arrive at her apartment, she takes off her shoes at the doorway, then carries them to her bedroom. I slowly trail behind her, admiring the classy decor and artwork that I haven't seen in ages. Chantal has a nice place, even if she doesn't spend much time here. My next thought is that I could sell this place when Chantal and I become the real deal. Am I getting too far ahead of myself? I have no idea what I should be changing into, Chantal yells out from the closet of her bedroom. Just something casual, I respond back as I pick up an old photo of her from her cheerleading days. The corners of my lips curl upward as I think about how she hasn't changed much at all. By the time I'm done studying all the framed photos in the living room, Chantal comes out in a Princeton t-shirt and light blue jeans. I nearly drop the picture frame in my hand when I see her. She looks younger and even more beautiful in casual clothing. The next thing that I look forward to seeing is her hair down from that bun. I can only imagine how speechless I'll be since I'm already feeling like a dog with its tongue sticking out of its mouth. Is this okay? Chantal stands with her arms extended out, awaiting my judgment. The way she's standing like that makes me want to embrace her. I clear my throat as I gently set the brass frame down on the fireplace mantel, then walk over to her. That's perfect. Let's go. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 8. Chantal. Our car pulls into a familiar-looking parking lot, but we're at the back of the building, so I don't know why it seems familiar. Clive opens the door for me and grabs my hand. My heart flutters as soon as our skin touches, feeling both strange and familiar. Finally, I see the sign for the National Mall. No wonder it looks familiar. We're at the mall. But why are we here, I wonder, as the doors slide open for us. We continue hand in hand down the first stretch of stores. I appear to be window shopping, but keep looking at Clive from the corner of my eye. I'm waiting for him to say something, but when he doesn't, my curiosity gets the better of me. Clive, what are we doing here? I ask. He smiles at me and points at the swarms of people. I want people to see us here, shopping together, as normal couples do. We should be acting like a real couple after all. With me as the doting lover, or fiancé, I guessed where we should start, he says. His response shocks me. Wait, is this like a date? Yes, I guess it is. Clive squeezes my hand and pulls me forward. He takes me to a store I've only seen in magazines. I've never seen it in person because I don't make it a habit to walk inside and look at things I can't afford. It makes me feel bad, and it's not worth it. I'm hoping he'll stop and turn around, but instead he leads us inside, which slightly frustrates me. Why are we going in here? I ask. I thought you might want to look around. He continues walking along the first wall of handbags. I don't make it a habit to walk into stores that sell things I can't afford. You might not have been able to afford them, but you're engaged to me now. I look at him with confusion all over my face. What are you saying? I'm saying, go pick out a purse. No way. You're not buying me anything, let alone a purse that costs thousands of dollars. You can either pick the one you like, or I'll pick one for you. I walk around the store, partially feeling giddy at the thought of having the expensive things in life, while partially feeling upset. Is he trying to buy me? Thinking that's what he's trying to do makes me angry. But I mean, I am a girl. And if he keeps throwing things like this at me, he might be able to do it. My hands graze the different textures of the bags as I walk past them. There's absolutely no way I can let him do this. I think after every price tag I look at. Then my eyes are drawn to it. It's the perfect bag, exactly my color, and it's a crossbody type that I love. The teal leather looks fantastic, with the diamonds on the front spelling out Prada. I study it for a while until Clive catches up to me. I set it back on the shelf as soon as I see him walking toward me. Is that the one? He asks. What? No way. I won't pick one. They're way too expensive and I won't allow it. I walk out of the store and down to the food court, leaving him behind. I walk up to the pretzel stand and order pretzel bites with spicy nacho cheese. The man behind the register hands them to me after I pay, and I take them to the nearest table. I'm dipping them in the cheese as Clive appears holding a gift bag. He sits across from me, smiling, and watches me eat. He sets the bag on the table when I don't say anything. "What's that?" I ask with my mouth full. "Open it," he says, pushing it closer. I grab the bag off the table and remove the tissue paper off the top. As soon as I do, my cheeks burn. "Oh my God, it's the bag." "No, you didn't," I yell, pulling the purse out. "I saw you looking at this one the longest. I know it's your favorite color, so I thought I couldn't go wrong." He laughs. Am I hearing him right? How does he know what my favorite color is? "When you finish your pretzels, I'd like to continue." "No, you shouldn't have gotten me this already. It was way too expensive. I can't accept it." "I'm not taking it back now, so you can enjoy it or leave it tucked away in your closet. It doesn't matter to me." He stands up and reaches for my hand. I grab it and stand up with him, putting the purse excitedly back in the bag and heading out of the food court. It feels so good to be holding his hand in public like this. I know it's just for the arrangement, but I can't help falling in love with how his hand fits perfectly in mine. We walk into another store with high heels lining the walls for days. Red bottoms? No way, I think as I nearly sprint past him. I'm not letting him buy me anything, but a girl can look around. I hear Clive giggling at me as I quickly make my way around the store. "You look like a kid on Christmas morning right now." He laughs. "Well, I feel like one. I have never stepped foot in here because I know it would pain me to walk back out. But you brought me in here, so the least I can do is look around." A blonde woman wearing a tiny black dress and her own pair of red bottom heels approaches us. "Hello, my name is Candy. Is there anything I can help you find today?" she asks sweetly. I can't take my eyes off the shoes long enough to make eye contact as I answer. "No, we're okay. I'm just going to drool over them for a while." I laugh while my eyes still dart around the room. I casually walk off. "Actually," Clive interrupts, "she wears a size 7.5. If she picks something up, grab the box for her and let her try them on, please." Of course. Candy begins following me around the store, but I'm too much in dreamland to notice what's happening. When I finally notice someone behind me, I look back at her and see that she's carrying 6 shoeboxes. "Oh, wow. What are those for?" I ask. "Well, you're one lucky girl. He asked me to grab anything you pick up and let you try it on." "Well, that was sweet of him. I guess it couldn't hurt to try them on. I'll go back and get my sizes." I start to head back, but she stops me. "Actually, he told me your shoe size. I have them all right here if you want to try them on." "Yeah, sure." We start walking over to the dressing area with benches and mirrors. I see Clive appear around the corner, heading in our direction. It makes me think about Candy saying he knows my shoe size. How does he know my shoe size? I don't think of him as very attentive, but so far, he knows my favorite color, and now my shoe size. I can't believe it. She sets the boxes down, and I start trying on shoes. Clive watches as I pose my legs in the mirror. He's laughing and playfully making jokes about it. We laugh and joke around the whole time until I put on the last pair. "Oh, each one is more beautiful than the last," I say, staring at the mirror in awe. "Which one do you like best?" Candy asks. There's no way I could possibly pick a favorite. They're all perfect, and they make my legs look fantastic. I giggle. I can see Clive behind me in the mirror, and he turns to look at Candy. "Well, you heard the lady? She'll take them all," he says. "Oh, okay," Candy stutters. "Of course. Let me get them boxed back up for you, and I'll take them up front for you to pay." She puts the pairs back into the boxes, and Clive smiles at me. "No? No freaking way? I won't let you buy me 1 pair, let alone 6. I start telling Candy he's joking, but he cuts me off. "Fiancé, we came here today to let me spoil you. So that's what I'm trying to do. Let me do this, please." He turns and follows Candy up to the counter. It nearly knocks the wind out of me when I hear the total, but he pays like it's nothing, and I awkwardly stand beside him as he swipes his card. Candy bags the boxes for us so they're easier to carry, and we say our goodbyes. We walk out of the store, and I repeatedly thank him over and over. Of course, soon-to-be wife, where to next? No, nowhere, let's go home. Nonsense, follow me. He takes off down to the next pathway of stores, and we walk through them one by one. Despite my best efforts to object, he buys me something out of every single one we enter. With each store we enter, our banter gets cuter. We're talking and laughing like two school kids on their first date. I keep thinking about how he seems to know what he's doing to make a perfect date, but as far as I know, he doesn't date. After about the 10th store, he asks if we can watch a movie. I'd love to. We walk to the mall's movie theater and pay for the closest show. I don't care what it is. I'm just excited to be here. While the movie plays, I feel more comfortable being close to him. We hold hands the entire length of it, and he doesn't even let go to walk back out when it's over. Even juggling all those bags, he never lets go of my hand. I like the way that it feels, his skin touching mine, though I try not to react. My cheeks hurt from smiling. It feels like it's worth it for the first time, all the drama that he has put me through. I'm getting to experience him like a real fiancé, the way it is in my dreams. I can finally be with him, even if it's only an act. Maybe the pain I'll have after this will be worth it. I hope.
Chapter 9. Clive. It's obvious that Chantal has never had a man treat her this way before. She initially declines all of my gifts, saying that it's all too much and unnecessary. I wonder if she even knows that she deserves all of this and so much more. As we spend more time in the shops, I can see that she gets more comfortable with the concept, but it must have made her internally cringe at the beginning. None of this is a surprise to me. A modest woman will always find challenges when a man comes along, treating her like the queen that she is. Should I feel guilty about making her such a recluse in the dating world? In the past 5 years, she has been so preoccupied with my dam that she hasn't had the time to date. I've always just assumed that it wasn't a priority to her, but I never asked her how she feels about it. Could it be that she has some resentment towards me because of it? She will be turning 30 soon, and that's a big deal for women. It's like society makes them feel less accomplished if they are unmarried and childless at that milestone. Perhaps this arrangement of ours will take all those pressures off of her back. I glance at my watch as we leave the movie. I've made dinner reservations at one of the most sought-after restaurants in Manhattan at 7:30, and we have roughly half an hour left to spare. One more stop, I declare, leading Chantal into a fancy boutique and instructing her to pick some nice evening dresses. She's gotten quicker and less argumentative, and does so fairly quickly. The sales attendant thanks me with a pleasant smile, probably thrilled about the large commission that she just made from our visit. My hands retrieve the bags from the counter, then I pause as I contemplate the next step of my plan. Chantal curiously observes my moment of indecision. I'm just wondering where you think I'll wear all of these fancy clothes. I thoughtfully turn back to acknowledge the sales clerk. Can she change into the dress here? Of course. The stylishly dressed woman responds without hesitation. Change? Chantal looks down at her casual wear and black and white Vans. I thought you said going casual was the move. It was. I walk over to a lounge area, then place all of our bags down on the antique table. Our last stop requires a wardrobe change. She walks over to me, standing at the other side of the table with a perplexed expression. I don't think I'll ever get used to this local celebrity lifestyle. You always have to think about being seen. Me, myself. I prefer to be invisible. This is only your first day. You'll be a pro in a week. I take out a forest green slinky dress with slender straps from the first shopping bag and a cream-colored strapless dress from the second bag. After placing each one in one of Chantal's hands, I reach for my lucky coin from the right pocket of my jeans. Well, this is a first. Chantal watches me attentively as she securely holds the dresses in the same pose, as if she is posing for a photo. You've never used the coin to pick my outfit before. I've become quite a superstitious man over the years, and this is one of my quirks that she is well aware of. I am a dual citizen of America and a small country in Europe named Liechtenstein. The last time I visited my other country of nationality was approximately 5 years ago. I had noticed that ever since that visit, my luck had taken a change for the better. Chantal became my secretary shortly after, and my business ventures increased with success. Ever since then, I carry a coin from that country, 2 francs, that I flip whenever I can't make a decision. It hasn't led me wrong yet. I admire the shiny coin in my right hand before launching it into the air. The coin returns to my palm like a boomerang, then I flip it over, then place it on the top of my left hand with my right palm covering it. What do you think? Is it the 2 francs side or the Helvetia side? Chantal slightly squints her eyes before making her guess. I think it's Helvetia. I raise my right hand to reveal that the coin is on the picture side. You're right. So which dress did Helvetia choose? She slightly raises both dresses in her hands. The beige-colored one. I point my finger at the correct dress, secure the coin back in my pocket, then make myself comfortable on the white leather couch. I'll be waiting for you right here. Okay? I'll be right back. Chantal carefully puts the green dress in the first bag, then follows the saleswoman to the dressing room. The anticipation of seeing how she will look in formal wear makes my heart beat faster. I attempt to distract myself by crossing my right leg over my left and tapping my left foot against the hardwood floors to the jazz music that softly plays through the store speakers. Damn. She can't wear her sneakers with that dress. I'll need to get her some shoes she'll feel sexy in. I stand up abruptly and begin rummaging through what feels like 100 bags, searching for a pair of shoes from our earlier purchases. The saleswoman emerges from the dressing room and hurries over to me. What can I help you with, Mr. Johnson? It occurred to me that her shoes are all wrong for the dress. I found the perfect pair and hold them out. Could you take these to my fiancée instead? I feel a sudden wave of excitement after referring to Chantal with that title. My pleasure, Mr. Johnson. She respectfully takes the box with a nod, then delivers the shoes to the dressing room that Chantal occupies. I return to my seat on the couch, trying my hardest to maintain my composure. When Chantal walks towards me a few minutes later, that all flies out the window. I subconsciously rise to my feet as if I'm in the presence of someone possessing higher royal status than myself. You look phenomenal. I admire how the color of the dress complements her perfect brown complexion, and the silky fabric hugs her slim but feminine frame in all the right places. Her feet peek out with every step as the hem of the dress just nearly touches the ground. Do you think so? Chantal avoids my gaze as she looks down with her hands clasped together in front of her body. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've ever seen her look so shy. She usually walks with such confidence that seeing this side of her comes as a surprise. I can feel myself falling in love with her all over again, but I don't want to make her any more uncomfortable than she already is. It must feel strange to you to be dressed like this, but trust me when I say you look perfect. I lean down to pick up our shopping bags with my left hand, then turn to offer her my right arm. I hope you're hungry. Let's go to our last destination. Chantal smiles as she wraps her left arm around my right arm, using my body as leverage as we walk out of the store together. I was hoping you would say that. I had no idea how much of an appetite gets worked up after shopping. We enter the back of the Maserati as Lionel holds the door open for us, then travels for only a few miles to the Italian restaurant. I change out of my brown leather jacket into a black blazer to match the dress code more appropriately. The 2 valet attendants open our doors for us, then we join together and walk through the elegant entrance, around a grand fountain to the front podium. Chantal whispers as she looks around at the abundance of gold decor. I've always heard amazing things about this place. The maitre d' greets us warmly from behind the podium. May I have the name for your reservation? Johnson, Clive. I respond confidently, feeling like I'm on top of the world with the most stunning woman on my arm. When we arrive at our reserve table, I pull out the chair for her, and she thanks me as she sits into it. The maitre d' places our menus on the table, then informs us that our waiter, Derek, will be right with us. I feel accomplished as I sit across from Chantal, knowing that she won't see what I have planned coming. Derek brings us champagne as he greets us, since it's something that I requested when making the reservation. He leaves us to look over the menus, and I can't take my eyes off of how breathtaking Chantal looks. She catches me when she lowers her menu to the table, giving me a relaxed smirk. Every time you look at me like that, I think something is on my face. There is something there. I observe her sweetly as her hands expectantly come to her face. Natural beauty. Chantal looks embarrassed, but she chuckles heartily with her hand at her full bow lips. Is that how you picked up women all these years? Suddenly the lights go out and I take my position on cue. When the lights come back on, I'm next to her on one knee with a small black velvet box in my right hand. The other patrons awe and gasp, and the live orchestra begins to play a romantic piece. No other women matter, Chantal. I hold her gaze with sincerity. Will you marry me? Chantal places her left hand at her chest, appearing more surprised than I anticipated. Tears start to roll down her face as she leans into me and wraps her arms around my shoulders. Yes, Clive. This doesn't feel like an act on either side. I don't want to lose my grasp on reality, but this all just feels so natural. When she moves back from the embrace, I press my lips against hers, kissing her softly as everyone in the restaurant claps and cheers.
Chapter 10. Chantal. As soon as Clive and I pull into the parking lot at my apartment, I quickly tell him goodbye, grab my bags, and rush inside. I can't even form reflections of the evening because his proposal isn't sinking in yet. Is this really happening? There's no way this is happening. Everything feels so magical, even though this is all just an act. It's affecting me so much more than I can comprehend. I don't understand what my feelings mean, and I know I need to take some time to sort them out. I do my best thinking while I'm relaxing, and I know what relaxes me the quickest. I walk into the bathroom and turn on the tub faucet. I throw in a bath bomb and light my favorite scented candle. While it fills, I undress and grab a towel. Before climbing in, I dip my toe in the water, ensuring it's the perfect temperature, and submerge completely. I sigh as the heat warms my entire body like a comforting hug. This is perfect. My mind wanders back to Clive and his date. He is sweet and caring, and it still amazes me how many little things he knows about me. I replay our childlike banter and him playfully making fun of me. Going on a date with him plays with my feelings enough that I know we look real to any witnesses. Then my memories shift to our dinner, the gorgeous decor, the romantic setting, and I see Clive's face. The sweet smile appears again, and I get the same chills as when I see it in person. Then my heart pounds as I replay his proposal again and again. The outburst of excitement that I couldn't hold back embarrasses me even when it replays in my mind. Then I think about our kiss, the way our lips touched, sending fireworks throughout the restaurant as everyone clapped and cheered around us. I still feel like the luckiest girl in the world. Real or not, his proposal won't be outdone. I sit in the hot water, replaying the events repeatedly until the water gets cold. I grab the towel and climb out, drying off and wrapping it around me. There's no way I can possibly sort through my feelings in one night. So I do my nightly bedtime routine. When I finish the last step, I switch the light off and climb into bed, quickly drifting off to sleep with the image of Clive's sweet smile in my mind. I rise with the morning sun and instantly get butterflies when I remember the events of last night. I jump out of bed to get ready for the day. It's been a long time since I've been this giddy. I'm even going to wear my hair down. Well, half down. That's progress, right? I think, looking in the mirror. My favorite gray suit jacket slides over my shoulders, and I pick out a pair of my brand new heels, finishing the look. I grab a water bottle, and I'm out the door heading for the office. To my surprise, when the doors open, there's a huge banner hanging in the entryway of the concert hall, congratulating us on our engagement. I didn't think about what people might do when the word spread. I'm not big on parties, especially for something that isn't really happening. Although I wasn't expecting to see everyone this happy about our news, so it's a good sign. Everyone gathers around me, sending their good wishes our way. To my surprise, even a few girls who never hide their crushes on Clive come up to me. Brittany, who I can tolerate most of the time, grins at me. We all knew this was going to happen. The words are a shock to me, completely unexpected. Why do you say that? I ask. Well, I think we all can agree that how you treat each other and even look at each other is different than with the rest of us. I feel my cheeks heating up. Everyone? How does everyone know? Guilt rises inside of me because I really do love him, but I don't know how I let it show when I've been trying so hard to keep it a secret. But wait. If they all notice the looks we give each other, that means it's not just me. Does this mean he has feelings for me too? My mind trails off, and I completely forget the girls are still in front of me. I snap back to attention as soon as I hear Brittany's voice again. You have to tell us. When did you realize you were right for each other? Their questions are never ending, and it's making me anxious. Clive and I really don't have the details in line yet, so I have to be careful how I answer. While trying not to look like they're catching me off guard, I keep my responses vague. What do you mean? Oh, come on, Chantal. You're our own successful office romance. We want all the details. The three of them giggle to each other like schoolgirls. I stare at them, not knowing what to say until Rosalie, another member of the group, speaks up. We've all heard the rumors about him being a playboy for years, but we haven't seen him with a girl besides you, so we don't believe them. When he told us he was marrying you, we weren't surprised. It just confirmed that people like saying bad things about him. Well, all right then, you're right. We've been having this tension for a while now. We didn't know how to go about it. I'm sure the rumors are just from people that are jealous of him, I say, trying to avoid coming up with a backstory I don't have. I anxiously look around the room, trying to find Clive, but then my wonder turns to sadness as I remember he won't be here. He has an important business meeting he's handling this morning. Damn, I'm here alone. My eyes begin darting around the room, trying to find an escape plan. It's nice of them to care enough to do this for us, but I can't do it alone. Clive and I need to have a conversation about how we're going to tell people and decide what our backstory is going to be. As I continue looking around, I notice two women, Agnes and Natalie, standing in the corner. They're whispering and pointing at me. As soon as I meet their gaze, their whispers stop, confirming it's about me. It instantly irritates me, and I decide I want to get to the bottom of it. I leave the girls that surround me and walk over to them. What's going on over here? Am I missing something? I ask sarcastically. I just heard through the grapevine that you've also resigned. Is that true? Agnes asks. It is? Why didn't you just come to ask me instead of standing here whispering about it? I say. Natalie chimes in. I'm sorry, we should have. We were just wondering why everything's happening so suddenly. Well, that sounds like a question that could have been solved, like the previous one, by coming and asking me. But yes, I put in my resignation. No, you can't, Agnes yells. Her yell is loud enough that everyone hears it and comes over to ask what's wrong. Chantal just confirmed some awful news. She's resigning, she yells to the crowd. Everyone starts booing, and I hear a couple of long no's. I can't help but smile a little bit at their obvious disappointment. It makes me feel good to know they're upset about me leaving, because I've been with them for years, And it's good to know they've been truthful about our relationships. The news causes everyone to start whispering amongst themselves until Agnes speaks again. Wait a minute. First, you're engaged, and now you're telling us you're resigning. That can't be a coincidence. Oh my God, are you pregnant? Chills wash over me, and her words cause gasps from the crowd. I freeze, not knowing what to say. I keep glancing around the room, waiting for Clive to appear and throw out an answer for me. But I know he won't. I'm all alone on this one. Out of basic instinct, I'm about to deny their suspicions, but then I remember the other part of Clive and I's arrangement. He's marrying me so his parents can't arrange one for him, but he wants to tell his parents he's doing it because I'm pregnant. He knows they won't be able to stop him if it has to do with the baby. Maybe the more people there is thinking I'm pregnant, the easier it will be to make it seem more believable. God, I wish he was here to help me. How do I answer when I don't even know how he plans to pull off the initial announcement to his folks? Will he fake the medical documents for them so they have proof? Everyone continues staring at me, sending my anxiety through the roof. Fine. If Clive isn't here to help me with the details, he can figure out how to make what I say work. I don't want to forget any of the details I give them, or it will surely be a giveaway. I take a deep breath in, and as I let it out, I finally admit it. Yep, you caught us. I'm pregnant, I say. The words feel sharp coming out of my mouth, almost like my body is rejecting them. But I'm not sure why, because I know it's part of our agreement. Maybe it's because he isn't here with me to tell them. The crowd begins cheering and clapping. Brittany and Rosalie excitedly wrap me in a hug, and as soon as the others see them, they join in. Before long, everyone is in one massive group hug, and I'm incredibly uncomfortable. It's so lovely that people are happy for us, but I find myself wanting to scream, "Get off me!" I stay in their embrace for a few moments before I try to make them let go. Thank you, guys. It means a lot that everyone's excited, I say. Luckily, once I start speaking, they start letting go. I take another deep breath once everyone's let go. They're talking amongst themselves again, and I see their smiles. You can feel the happiness in the air as we all talk, and a few of them continue asking simple questions. Suddenly, the joyful atmosphere shatters as Clive's mother, Claudia, appears in the room. "What's going on here?" she asks.
Chapter 11. Clive. I'm sitting at a long boardroom table in the office of the most prestigious event space in NoHo, thinking about how this is probably one of the most important meetings of my life. I've wanted to work with Director Sanders for a while, but it's very difficult to get to the top of the wait list, regardless of who you are and how much money you have. My manager, Phil Givens, sits to my left, preparing to handle the majority of the business talk. Our goal is to sign a contract with the venue that can give me the stability and exposure that I'm seeking. A few of Director Sanders' executives sit across from us, making the meeting even more intimidating. The boss sits at the end of the table like a king on a throne, flipping through some documents before granting us an audience with him. "Mr. Johnson." His dark brown eyes finally meet mine from across the table. "I heard that some big-name artists attended your most recent private showcase at your studio." I give a respectful nod, ensuring that I come across as confident without being arrogant. "Yes, sir. I look up to them all as inspiration." "Indeed. I've been impressed with your work for quite some time now. It was only a matter of time before our paths crossed." Director Sanders places his hands over the papers and interweaves his fingers. Phil glances at me, then focuses his attention on the director. "We're extremely grateful for the opportunity. I believe both parties can benefit tremendously from a partnership. Are you more interested in my client's artwork or musical ability?" "That's a great question." His eyes shift from Phil onto me. "It's very rare that we have an artist who can do both. I can see both of his talents being put to use. But at this very moment, I am in need of a contract pianist for 5 large-scale events. We are expecting at least 5,000 to 10,000 people. Phil and I glance at each other simultaneously, both attempting to mask our enthusiasm after hearing those statistics. He clears his throat, then proceeds to conduct business with Director Sanders. It would be an honor to perform at your events. I'm glad to hear it. He passes the contract over to my manager, who scans it thoroughly before his phone vibrates repeatedly. Phil retrieves his phone from the inside of his suit jacket, then his eyes widen when he observes the screen. I apologize, I really need to take this. He passes the document over to me before standing and exiting the room. As my eyes scan over the contract, I'm not surprised to see all the zeros that are present as the compensation. The average person would probably faint from disbelief, but I do my art because it's my passion. Perhaps I'm a bit entitled in this realm because I've been wealthy my entire life, so no amount of money can impress me. I look up from the contract, giving the director a charming smile. May I proceed to sign? Absolutely. He responds by reciprocating my smile. As long as you don't see anything that you would like to debate. I take my pen from the outside pocket of my suit jacket, then sign the dotted line with satisfaction. I look forward to working with you. Excellent. Director Sanders stands up, then his executives follow suit. I emulate their decorum, walking around the long table to shake his hand. At that moment, Phil approaches me from behind, placing his hand on my left shoulder and speaking in nearly a whisper. There's a bit of an emergency we must tend to. I return my attention to the director to avoid being rude. I'm sorry we have to leave so abruptly. He gives me an empathetic nod after overhearing Phil's comment. We will be in touch. I walk next to Phil as we exit the room, becoming increasingly anxious with each step. What is it, Phil? Phil stops walking when he enters the wide corridor, turning his body to face me. My assistant just informed me that your mother is at the studio. What? I can feel my blood pressure rising as I imagine her attempting to tear down everything that I'm building, since it doesn't align with her vision. What the hell is she doing there? I rush down the abundance of stairs to the main hall with Phil struggling to keep up with me. When I finally make my way outside, I rush over to Lionel, who smokes a cigarette 10 feet away from the Maserati. Lionel, we have to head to the studio immediately. All hell has broken loose. I frantically let myself into the back seat as Lionel tosses his cigarette, then rushes into the driver's seat. Phil taps on the top of my closed door frame. Good luck. You're gonna need it. The car speeds off and we're at the studio in no time after breaking several traffic laws. I jolt out of the back of the car, not caring that I've left the door wide open. As soon as I enter through the front door, I can see a small crowd of people in the distance. My mother has a confrontational stance as she hands Chantal an envelope without speaking. The expression on Chantal's face is utter fright. Her hand shakes as she accepts the envelope, her eyes blinking rapidly as she looks at the floor to avoid the dictator's gaze. I sprint over to them before she can inflict any more damage. What the hell do you think you're doing? Chantal's head pops up in shock after hearing the anger in my voice. Her lips tremble as if I was speaking to her, but she is clearly overwhelmed by the whole interaction. I make my intentions clear by standing as a shield in front of her, glaring at my mother with widened eyes. Oh, please, Clive. You'll thank me later. Claudia speaks with her annoying posh tone she uses to belittle everyone around her. Thank you? You're going to ruin everything for me. I love this woman, and here you are passing her a check like she's a common tramp. My rage strengthens, but I don't want Chantal to see me act out of character, so I refrain from saying what I really want to say. Instead, I take the envelope from Chantal's hands, then slam it against the extravagant fur of my mother's coat. Claudia gasps as she takes hold of the envelope, glancing down at it before looking up at me. You're making a big mistake. Honor and riches await you back at home. I instantly turn my back to her, softly placing my hands on the sides of Chantal's shoulders. Are you okay? Chantal is too embarrassed to look at me, but she nods quickly as a response. I take her into my arms, comforting her delicately as I whisper in her ear. Everything is okay. Whatever she has to say isn't important. We're in this together. My mother scoffs loudly behind me, ensuring that her point of view is still being heard. This is ludicrous. Out of all the women to choose from with your status, you choose your secretary? She's no good for you. You should just leave everything and go back home. You are a royal. Now that I've calmed down Chantal, my next order of business is getting this miserable old woman to shut her mouth. I considerately lower my arms from Chantal's body, then turn to face my foe. You've never known what's best for me. All you do is push your own agenda onto me, and I'm sick of it. I've been a grown man for a while now, and your point of view is not warranted. Sure. Claudia rolls her eyes, then places the envelope into her large, expensive handbag. Sure, you've been a big man for some time. A big man who makes the worst decisions in life. Just what do you have to show for yourself, Clive? Why you've chosen this life of being a struggling musician and artist when you have the wealth of a king is beyond me. She glances around my body to stick her nose up at Chantal. And now you choose this common bitch. I start seeing red after her last statement and attempt to charge at her when Chantal holds my back at my right arm. When I turn to gauge her expression, she shakes her head at me, disapproving of any use of violence. I nod at her to confirm that I'll tone it down, taking her hand that grips my arm into my hand gently. Claudia taunts us by giggling, but I ignore her immaturity and turn back forward to face her. You can degrade me all you want, but you're not going to talk to the mother of my child like that. I glare at her confidently, wishing that I could make the fake pregnancy real in that moment to spite her. More importantly, I want a family that is nothing like hers. She and my father have shown me exactly what kind of parent I wouldn't want to be. You can't be serious! You knocked her up? Claudia laughs even more obnoxiously. You can count on one thing. I use my hand to bring Chantal close to my side, then wrap my arm around her waist. Unlike you, Chantal will be an amazing mother. I must have struck a nerve with those last words. Claudia abruptly stops laughing and stares at me with bold eyes. You'll be back, but I won't accept you even if you're on your knees crawling. Security! I exclaim while still maintaining eye contact with my mother. Don't bother. I'm walking out on my own 2 feet. She storms out of the room without looking back. I release a deep exhale once she has finally left the building. Chantal still holds my right hand, taking a few light steps to stand in front of me. Are you okay? Her deep cocoa eyes kindly search mine. Talk to me, Clive. You can trust me.
Your grandfather doesn't have long to live. His condition has worsened and the only treatment is...
Something I can't afford.
Did you see this? Jacob Stone, billionaire playboy, scores again.
2 jobs and I still can't afford the medicine to get my granddaddy healthy.
Morning, Nyla. Ready for another day in paradise?
Jacob, your latest escapade with that actress. What was her name?
This isn't who you are. It's time to settle down. Show the board that you can offer stability. Show them who you really are.
I'll show them. I'll show them all. I may be a billionaire, but it's not like I can just go out and buy a bride, right?
Can I help you?
Yeah, I think maybe you can. Maybe we can help each other.
Grandpa, I'm in too deep. What am I gonna do?
Chapter 12. Clive. Let's talk upstairs after I clear this place out. I hold her gaze amorously before shifting my attention to the small crowd of people behind her. The show's over. Thank you for coming. The others understand my cue instantly, respectfully acknowledging us on their way out the front door. I feel more at ease now that my mother and everyone has gone. It's as if I always have to wait to be alone with Chantal in order to be my true self. The whole altercation has me feeling exhausted, and I'd rather not talk about it further, but since she is encouraging me to open up about it, maybe it would be best if I finally speak about it. I look down at her hand that I still hold, then take a step closer to her to express my sincerity. I'm so sorry about how my mother treated you. I don't condone that type of behavior at all, regardless of if what we have is real or not. Chantal exhales deeply before looking up at me. I'm used to dealing with elite people, but that woman is truly terrifying. Imagine dealing with that for 32 years. I shake my head empathetically. I don't envy you at all. Her hand still lightly shakes within my grasp, indicating that she's still feeling the effects of my evil mother. Come on. I start to lead her towards the staircase, then lightly release her hand when we get to it. I ascend the stairs slowly, looking back to ensure that she doesn't need help getting up to the second floor. I think it would be best if we take it easy for the rest of the day, don't you? I agree with you on that. She glances in the direction of her quarters, then focuses on me as I stand in front of the piano. You probably haven't eaten all day. I haven't. It's been a chaotic day overall. I place my hands inside the pockets of my trousers, already catching on to what she is implying. I'll whip us up something so we can carry out our conversation without empty stomachs. She starts to head to her room without looking back, expecting me to naturally follow behind her. I feel guilty as I trail behind her. My only thought is how my mother's actions have more than likely deterred Chantal from wanting to explore anything with me seriously. The chances of me winning her over were already slim, and now my mother has added drama on top of it all. Chantal walks directly to her kitchenette, washes her hands at the sink, then grabs her teal apron, placing it over her head as she turns to watch me. Why don't you just sit at the table while I prepare everything? I walk over to her, taking the 2 hanging ties of her apron into my hands. Are you sure? You can make use of me. The alluring scent of her perfume hits my nostrils as I get closer to her, securing the 2 ties together at her lower back. It's amazing to me how simple movements between us like this one feel so intimate. I've never wanted to get closer to a woman on levels beyond the physical as I desire to with Chantal. I'd rather you didn't. She giggles as she walks away from me to retrieve her cast iron wok from a lower cabinet. We both know that cooking isn't your strength. You should just sit there and look pretty instead. I know she is just teasing me like we normally do with our banter, but does this mean that she finds me attractive? Maybe I'm just extra sensitive after dealing with my mother. Her presence always has a way of bringing out my deepest insecurities. What does Chantal really think of me beyond me being her boss? We still haven't talked about how she cried during my proposal. The emotion was so raw, and it has to mean something. I wonder if she felt something too from our kiss. All these unknowns are starting to drive me insane. Chantal pauses after placing the wok on top of the gas range. Her eyes study me with suspicion since I still haven't left my post. Are you still worried about the incident with your mom? I told you that I'm fine. Yeah. I snap myself out of my trance, then walk over to my usual chair at the dining room table and lower myself into it. I guess I'm just a bit out of it. She walks over to the refrigerator more energetically. Well, this is the perfect time to get things off your chest. I observe how cooking always enhances her mood. Something about it is just so endearing. She grabs her items from the fridge, then lightly closes the door with her left foot. I've shared many details about my life with Chantal that nobody else knows, but I've never fully expressed the traumas of my childhood. It's something that I just always thought that I had to carry alone, and if I shared it with another person, it would be too burdensome. Well, it's now or never. I sigh deeply as I watch her chop up some vegetables on the cutting board. You already know that my family dynamic is complicated, but you don't know the extent of it. My mother was the other woman, making me an illegitimate son for the first 4 years of my life. I was treated like hell by everyone for that reason. My mother thought that by marrying my father when I was 4, all of our problems would just disappear. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way in the monarchy. Once you're known for something shameful, it remains attached to you for the rest of your life. Chantal takes a break from her task to nod at me encouragingly. That makes a lot of sense. I'm sorry that your family has mistreated you all these years. The constant criticism forces you to grow a strong backbone. I spent all of my childhood feeling like something was wrong with me without knowing what it was. My half-brother and my cousins weren't being tormented the way that I was, so it was very trauma-inducing. The whole concept of how they believed that I didn't deserve to be of royal blood wasn't explained to me until I was a teenager. I exhale sharply, feeling like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. That had to be tough. Chantal stirs the ingredients in the wok with her metal ladle, then creates a rolling motion with the wok in her right hand, causing the food to skillfully fly into the air, then return to the pot. Her hand turns off the gas from the stove, then she serves the stir-fry into 2 bowls. Thank you for trusting me with that. She turns with the 2 bowls of food in her hands, then places one in front of me. My eyes scan the array of colors in the bowl. Thanks for cooking. This looks great. Chantal stares at me from the other end of the table, like she has something important to say. Her lips finally form a smile, and her facial features become softer. Everything is okay now. No one can hurt you anymore. I smile warmly at her, then pick up my knife and fork. Let's change the subject so we don't have issues with our digestion. Sure thing. She takes a few bites of her food, chews it with sophistication, then swallows. How did the meeting go? I signed a contract with Director Sanders. I look up at her proudly, then bring my fork of food to my mouth. That's great. I know how long you've had your eyes on that venue. Her face lights up, which instantly puts me in a better mood. We should celebrate. We'll plan something. I think we've had enough excitement for one day. I wipe my mouth with my fabric napkin, then pick up my empty bowl, walk over to her side of the table, and stack her empty bowl inside mine. You really don't have to clean up. I can knock that out right now. She watches me attentively as I place the dirty dishes into the sink, then walk over to her. The dishes can wait. I raise her out of the chair by holding her right hand, then lead her out of the room. I know how much your OCD is going to mess with you, but just bear with me for a while. I lead her to the piano, gesture for her to sit on the right side of the seat, then I sit close next to her. There's an interlude that I added, and I want your opinion on it. I'd love to hear it. Chantal smiles at me, then studies my hands as they glide along the ivory and black keys. She moves her head fluidly to the rhythm with her eyes closed until I've finished playing. I love it. It reminds me of this piece I played when I was 8. My eyes widen from her revelation. You never told me that you played the piano. Chantal scoffs as she looks down at her hands in her lap. It was so long ago. My parents stopped paying for my lessons, so I forgot everything. They only cared about their son. Damn, I hate that they didn't support you. I admire how she has opened up to me about her childhood. Maybe you should start playing again. Art and music are my outlets to release all my pent-up emotions. The piano could serve as an outlet for you too. They've only started to take an interest in me now because they think I should get married. She exhales sharply. I only exist when it's convenient for them. Damn. I attempt to lighten the mood with humor. We really have trash families, huh? Definitely. Chantal looks up at me with a playful smirk. Besides, with the way you work me, how would I even have time for the piano? My face becomes closer to hers as I gaze into her enticing eyes. Why don't we just make a family of our own, so we get to decide and do what we like with our family? What? Her expression shifts to shock. Do you know what you're talking about? I caress her soft face with my left hand. For a year, Chantal. Let's properly play house, okay? Oh. Chantal shifts back on the piano seat out of my grasp, then abruptly stands up. When do we get married?
Chapter 13. Chantal. It's unbelievable. We are in Vegas, planning our wedding ceremony that a fake Elvis will officiate. I don't know how everything is moving so fast, maybe too fast. We're talking about the wedding only 2 days ago, when Clive tells me to leave it up to him. And then yesterday, he tells me we're flying to Vegas. Now we're here, and I don't know how to feel. The ceremony coordinator is asking us all sorts of questions. What kind of ceremony do we want? How long of a ceremony will it be? I hear Clive answering his questions, but I don't add any input of my own. All I can think about is how fast it's all happening. Part of me wonders if he's only doing it this quickly to spite his mother for her actions last week. Then the other part of me, the side that can't let him go, hopes that maybe he's starting to feel things for real. No. Thinking like this only hurts you. Please stop it. I'm lost in my mind and don't notice that the coordinator is leaving. Are you okay? Clive asks. His voice startles me out of my thoughts. What? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Did he get all the information he needed? He did. I told him we'd like it done as soon as possible, but we're waiting for a few witnesses to arrive, so he agreed to do it around 6 o'clock this evening. Is that okay with you? My heart is racing in my chest. Yes, of course. I'm leaving it up to you, right? Speaking of that, I have a surprise for you. He grabs my hand and pulls me to the front desk. A beautiful blonde woman is sitting behind it, typing on her keyboard. As soon as she eyes Clive, she sits up straighter, and a huge smile appears. Well, hello, sir. Are you checking in? She asks. I can hear the flirtation in her voice. I am, with my fiancé. He pulls me in closer to him. Her smile disappears and she asks for his name. As he's paying for the room, I can't help feeling giddy. He just let a beautiful stranger know that he's marrying me, even though he isn't for real, and I can't be happier. I smile and thank her as she hands over a room key. Clive takes it, and we hop in the elevator. He's holding my hand, and I assume when the doors close, he'll let go, but he doesn't. My heart starts racing again. What is it about elevators that seems strangely romantic? I'm watching the light that lets us know what level we're on and praying it'll go faster. I can't handle the tension. I want to kiss him so badly, but I can't. I need to get out of this elevator before I can't hold back anymore and mess everything up. Finally, the elevator dings as we hit our floor, and the doors open. I practically fly out, yanking my hand away from his. I stand in the hall, breathing heavily for a moment before Clive's hand appears on the small of my back. Are you all right? Yes, sorry. Tight spaces aren't my thing. I lie. I can't tell him the real reason, especially not today. He nods and walks down the hall, looking for our room number. As he finds it, I walk up behind him, and he slides the key in. As soon as we're in the room, he stops me. Okay, cover your eyes. I have no idea what he's doing, but I listen. I put my hands over my eyes and feel him grab my wrist. He leads me further into the room and then lets go. Okay, you can look now. I slowly bring my hands down and immediately gasp. Lying on the bed is a beautiful wedding dress. You didn't, I yell excitedly and walk over to it. My fingers glide over the lace on the heart-shaped neckline. Of course I did. Every bride needs a dress. He smiles. Oh, and one more thing. He turns around and looks in the direction of the bathroom. My eyes follow him, and a woman appears as soon as they're at the doorway. Oh my God, Cassie, I yell and run over to her. What are you doing here? She hugs me. Well, after our conversation on the phone last night, I got another call from your phone, but it turned out to be him instead. He asked if I wanted to be here for you and offered to fly me out. I haven't seen you in so long and I couldn't say no. I'm so glad you're here. Can you give us a minute though? I turn and grab Clive, pulling him out into the hall. He's smiling when our eyes meet. Why did you do this? I ask. Well, I know you don't have anyone here, and I overheard you telling her about it last night. It sounded like you haven't seen her in a while, so I thought this way you'd have someone here supporting you, and we'd have a witness. I immediately throw my arms around him. "You're so sweet. Thank you so much." We return to the room, and Clive tells us he'll leave us to it. "Have my bride ready to marry me at 6 o'clock, he says on his way out the door. As soon as he's gone, we start talking like schoolgirls. I refer to her as my best friend, but I haven't seen her since college graduation. I occasionally speak to her on the phone, but we have a lot to catch up on. We talk for a few hours before it's time to grab the wedding dress and start getting me ready. She helps me button up the back as I look in the full-length mirror. The dress is a perfect fit, snug enough to accentuate my figure in the best ways. She helps me do my hair in a new style, and I apply lip gloss as the finishing touch. I take one last look in the mirror before we head down the hall toward the chapel. I take a deep breath as we enter the doors to the chapel. I see Clive standing at the altar, looking incredibly handsome in his perfect fitting black suit. Lionel and Clive's manager Phil sit in the front row on Clive's side. Cassie sits in the front row of my side, and my heart races as I step in front of the altar with Clive. It all seems unreal. Here we are, standing at the altar in front of a fake Elvis who's getting ready to marry us, and my parents aren't even here. In fact, I haven't even told them yet because I'm still debating whether or not they need to know. My palms start getting sweaty, and I begin to feel faint. "Hey, calm down. Everything's going to be okay. Just hold my hands," Clive says, and the ceremony begins. Elvis starts welcoming everyone as I lean in and whisper to Clive, "Are you sure this is going to fly with your parents?" "As long as we have the certificate and play the baby card," he whispers. I smile at him and look out at our witnesses. For a moment, my mind wanders. I'm so glad that Cassie is here, even though she isn't happy about the marriage. Our conversations over the years have been about my secret love for Clive. She's trying to be supportive, but I can tell she has some reservations. Like everyone else, the idea of a baby in the mix complicates her opinions. I feel so guilty for lying to her, but most of our friends and colleagues believe he's marrying me for the baby, so she's not the only one. I'm beyond grateful to share this day with her. We smile at each other, and my attention goes back to Elvis. Welcome, everyone. Today we gather here to celebrate the marriage of Clive and Chantal. How about a round of applause for these two? He begins. Our witnesses clap for us, and I can feel my cheeks heat with embarrassment. Elvis is energetic, and most people find his ceremonies light and fun. I just don't do well in the spotlight. Aren't they just darling? Not only is this sweetheart absolutely adorable, they both look happy. Elvis continues. Now it's your job to keep it that way for the rest of your days on Earth. Are you up for it? We look into each other's eyes and nod. A smile crosses his face that melts my heart. Today is about celebrating the special bond you two share. If you keep loving each other the way you've loved each other, that bond will last forever. Now, Clive, are you ready to take Chantal as your wife? He looks at him. Of course. Clive smiles back at him. Then repeat after me. He looks down at the booklet he's holding and speaks, stopping after every line for Clive to repeat. I promise never to step on your blue suede shoes or treat you like a fool. I promise to love you tender and never return to sender. I always promise to be your loving teddy bear because your kisses lift me higher like the sweet song of a choir. You light my morning sky with burning love. I'm just a hunk of burning love for you. Everyone giggles when Clive finishes the last line. Even I think it's adorable, and I giggle with them. He turns to me. All right, Chantal, are you ready to take Clive as your husband? Yes, I say as my heart pounds. All right, repeat after me. He starts again, allowing me to repeat every sentence after him in the same routine. Everyone laughs as we finish, and he turns the page in his book. You've chosen not to exchange rings during the ceremony, and to do it in a private setting. So with that, Clive, you may kiss your bride. My heart races the closer he gets to my lips, and it melts as soon as they touch. They feel perfect, and I let it linger as long as he'll let it. Well, there you have it, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. Everyone's cheering and clapping for us, but my eyes never leave Clive. He looks so serious and unreadable after our kiss. Why does it feel like this is more than just a sham marriage?
Chapter 14. Clive. This all still feels like a dream to me. I can't believe that I'm legally married to Chantal. The fact that she even agreed to do this in Vegas speaks volumes. She has proven her loyalty to me time and time again, but the level of trust that she has with me to actually go through with this gives me a boost of confidence. We really feel like newlyweds right now, and I would trade all the wealth I own if it meant that this could be more than an act. I still have hope that Chantal can develop feelings for me over the course of this year. After the wedding, we have an intimate get-together with our guests at a lounge across the street. I rent out the rooftop area, ordering us several bottles of champagne from our personal cocktail waitress. Chantal and I are wearing our gold sashes that the chapel gave us, allowing us to broadcast to the city that we are a new bride and groom. Everyone that we pass on the strip cheers for us, and once we enter the lounge, we become the biggest spectacle of the night. Cassie imitates the classic Titanic pose as she leans against the metal railing of the rooftop, screaming joyously as she looks around at all the colorful lights illuminating the clear night sky. "Vegas, baby!" I chuckle as I pour chilled champagne into Chantal's glass as she sits to my right. Well, she's definitely thrilled to be out here. Chantal accepts her full glass with a smile and a giggle. She doesn't get out much. You've gifted her the best present ever by flying her out here. I make sure our two friends sitting across from us have full glasses. Then I turn my upper body to Cassie, raising a glass for her in her direction. "Cassie, would you do us the honor of proposing a toast?" Cassie steps down from the concrete step below the railing, then comes over to our table, accepting the champagne glass with a wide smile. "I would love to." She stands at the end of the table, raising her glass in the center before glancing at all four of us. I never thought this day would come, to be honest. Chantal would tell me on the phone how busy her schedule is because of her boss, so I just ruled out her ever getting married. I mean, this bitch was married to her job, right? We all respond with a chuckle, and I shift my focus on how bright Chantal's face is. Her happiness is my top priority, and I'll do whatever I need to do to ensure that she stays this happy. I spent the last 5 years being completely selfish in regard to her. I have a lot of making up to do for consuming all of her time, but as long as she gives me the opportunity, I'll be able to set things right. Cassie pauses to take a sip of her champagne, nods satisfyingly, then resumes her speech. Chantal was the hardest working student at Princeton, so it's no surprise that she's become so successful with her career. While we all agree that this wedding happened really fast, I think I speak for the three of us when I say that we're happy that the two of you are happy. She shifts her attention from the left side of the table to me. "Clive, you've been all right in my book so far, but just know that if you hurt my best friend, I'll put voodoo on you." My expression changes to shock since I wasn't expecting those words to come out of her mouth. I chuckle nervously, then give her some words of affirmation. "I'll never hurt my wife, Cassie." I give Chantal an M.R.S. smile, then softly kiss her forehead. "You have nothing to worry about." "Good." A mischievous smirk forms onto Cassie's lips. "Because you know my family is Creole from the bayou, so don't force my hand." She chuckles heartily, then raises her champagne glass higher. "To the newlyweds!" "To the newlyweds!" Lionel and Phil chant in unison, raising their glasses. "Thank you all for coming." I clank my glasses with theirs and then with Chantal's as I thoughtfully hold her gaze. "And thank you for marrying me." Chantal looks away shyly, places her left hand on my right thigh, then leans in to give me a soft kiss on my lips. How is she this good at playing the role of a loving wife? When she does little things like this, it instantly makes my heart flutter. She has to have some kind of feelings to publicly display her affection like this, right? It all just feels too natural, and it's honestly becoming harder to hold back my deepest desires. I want to express how I feel about her by making love to her, but I know that it goes against everything we've agreed to. After about a half an hour of drinking and being teased about our shotgun wedding, I glanced down at my watch, realizing that I don't have much time left before it's time to surprise my new wife. I placed my empty champagne glass down on the glass table. I'm sorry to end this celebration so abruptly, but the missus and I have somewhere to be. Chantal observes me curiously, her eyelids blinking like she has a foreign object in her eyes. We do? Yes, we do. I stand up from my seat, buttoning the second button of my tuxedo jacket. Ooh! Cassie playfully elbows the guys sitting on each side of her. You know what that means, right? We'd better not interfere. Ooh! Phil plays along with the joke, teasing us with a suggestive expression. I assist Chantal out of her seat, hoping that our friends aren't making her too uncomfortable with their innuendos. I'll settle up the tab on our way out. I glance over my shoulder at the three of them as I lead her towards the door. Order anything else you want. It's all covered. Bye, guys. Chantal waves at them over her shoulder before disappearing through the door I hold open, then descending the stairs. I retrieve my black card from the waitress, informing her to leave the tab open for our three guests. We enter the back of a limo that I prepared for us, then drive further down the strip until we arrive at the Laugh Factory, Las Vegas. There is a large banner outside that reads, Astroshima, tonight only. Chantal gasps loudly, then playfully punches me at my shoulder. You didn't. Happy honeymoon, Chantal. I smile proudly for my accomplishment as she catches me off guard by lunging at me and wrapping her arms around my shoulders. Thank you so much. This is the perfect way for us to start out our married life. She speaks softly near my left ear, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. You're welcome. I want to make out with her in this moment, but I patiently hold back as she pulls back out of the embrace. We're already on dangerous ground. I don't want to push her too far and ruin everything. The limo driver opens the back door for us. Chantal exits first, and then I follow behind her. We hold hands as we enter the Tropicana, then I show our tickets to the man at the door. It's only right that I got us the best table front and center of the stage. I pull out Chantal's chair for her as she looks around the large room with excitement. The other tables start to fill up as we order some cocktails and make comments about the popular venue. The host comes on shortly after, cracking a few jokes before announcing Astro to the stage. The energetic crowd of about 50 people all cheer and clap loudly as the trending comedian enters the stage. After greeting the crowd, he fixes his attention on Chantal and me, encouraging everyone to applaud for us as a newly married couple. Chantal places her hand on her chest as she looks at me in awe, sincerely touched that our favorite comedian has acknowledged us. The rest of the show is fantastic. She continues to rave about it in the limo on the way to our hotel. I smile so much that by the time we get to our room, my cheeks are sore. I previously had our bags delivered to our honeymoon suite, and now we admire the luxurious room before making our way onto the balcony overlooking the vibrant city. Chantal leans her back against the railing after fully taking in the view. I thought you made arrangements for a suite with 2 rooms. I did. I placed my hands into my pockets, feeling somewhat guilty for lying to her. It seems like the hotel mixed it up. Are you uncomfortable sharing a bed with me? Oh. She avoids my gaze by looking into the balcony window. Is it too late for us to change rooms? Well, I'm sure we're being watched from this point forward. I wouldn't put it past my mother if she has spies out here. We don't want to do anything that would expose us. Chantal nods without hesitation. You're right. Her eyes aren't blinking rapidly, her famous tell. So I can tell that she's not that nervous about this arrangement. Still, I feel a little guilty. I decide to be a gentleman, hoping that she will turn down my offer. I can always sleep on the couch if you're uncomfortable. That's not necessary. She smiles at me warmly as she moves off of the black railing. Thanks again for tonight. I'm going to take a shower. Okay. I watch her admiringly as she enters the room, then goes to the bathroom with her tote bag, closing the door behind her. Damn, how am I going to make it through the night? She's my wife, but I can't touch her. This will be a true test of willpower. Chantal enters the bedroom 20 minutes later in her teal silk pajamas. She places her bag on the armchair in the corner, then looks at me. It's all yours. Right. I hop up off the bed, hastily entering the bathroom and closing the door behind me. I take a freezing cold shower, but it doesn't seem to help. All I can think about is pleasing Chantal with my mouth and my ass. Pull yourself together, Clive. When I return to the bedroom, I stare at Chantal as she sleeps deeply facing me. I stealthily turn off all the lights, then silently move close to her on the California king bed. My right hand moves a strand of hair out of her face, ensuring that she's fully asleep before I whisper the one thought that never seems far from mine. Can you please love me too, Chantal?
Chapter 15. Chantal. Vegas is a dream. The lights are beautiful and there is so much to do. Clive and I are hand in hand as we walk down the strip. Cassie walks beside me while Phil and Lionel walk beside him. We're all laughing and talking with each other. It feels so natural. We walk through casino after casino, just taking in the scenery. Clive occasionally tries his hand at cards, usually losing to Lionel or Phil, and pretending to be angry as he walks off. We all laugh and make fun of his bad attitude. Throughout the day, Clive buys me drinks or snacks, and Cassie smiles whenever he hands me something. Finally, on our way into the destination casino, Clive spots a woman out front selling turquoise jewelry. We watch as he approaches her. I'll take 2 of the most expensive pieces you have. He hands her his credit card when she's done boxing it up and brings it to me. Here you are, honey, but don't open it until tonight. I have a surprise for you. He smiles, and the boys walk off into the casino to find a table. I'm living the dream, I think to myself, as Cassie and I trail behind them. Oh my God, I swear you're the luckiest girl ever. That's it. I vow to marry a rich man so I can live like you are. I laugh awkwardly, hoping she's not waiting for a response. What do I say to something like this? Anything I add to it only adds to the lie I already don't particularly appreciate telling her. I decide I'll say nothing and continue following the men. They finally pick a table and all sit down around it. The dealer starts passing out the cards, with Cassie and me standing beside them. It's bustling, so there are many servers taking orders and handing out drinks. Suddenly, one approaches Clive's table and offers them drinks. I can tell she's flirting with him and touches his hand as she hands him a beer. He doesn't seem to show interest, but it only makes her try harder. I'm growing more and more upset as her hand touches his shoulder. I'm lost in how mad I am when a server approaches us. Without thinking, I grab one off the tray and start bringing it to my lips immediately, never taking my eyes off the woman. Cassie gasps and rips it out of my hand, startling me and grabbing my attention. Are you crazy? What are you doing? You can't drink? She says and sets the drink back down. She ushers the server away while I'm combing my mind trying to figure out how to explain. I let my emotions get in the way, and now I have to fix this before I blow it. You're right. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I forgot. It's just so early in the pregnancy, you know. Sometimes it still slips my mind, I say, hoping it sounds believable. Luckily, she buys it and starts asking questions relating to the baby. I answer a few, like how I found out and how far along, things that I can easily make up. But then her questions start showing a growing curiosity, and I know I need to shut it down. She's in the middle of another question when I interrupt. It's just so early in the pregnancy that I don't want to talk about it openly just yet. You know, in case something happens. Is that okay? I'm hoping I don't upset her, but it's all I can think of to shut her down. Of course, I completely understand. But I have to ask, why didn't you tell me something happened between you guys? I know we don't talk nearly as often as I'd like, but come on. You have a hot interaction with the man you're secretly in love with, and you don't think that deserves a phone call? But I guess I'll forgive you. She teases me and nudges my shoulder. I'm just so happy for you. I was slightly concerned because it all sounded so fast when you first told me. But now, after seeing how sweet he is to you, I feel confident leaving you with him. She laughs. Suddenly I notice two men eyeing Clive from across the room. At first I think I'm being overly protective. He's a celebrity figure, so people know him, and it's probably nothing. I continue half listening to Cassie. She's talking about how nice it is to get some time away from town and her job, and I'm nodding. When suddenly, the two men start moving in closer. I quickly walk up to Clive and lean in to whisper in his ear. I'm not sure who they are, but two men to your left have been watching you for quite some time. Then they started moving closer. Clive brings me in to look like we're going to kiss, so he can tell me what to do without alerting them that we see them. I want to let Phil and Lionel know, but I don't want the men seeing you talking to me, and then to them, it'll give it away, he whispers. Okay, what do I do? I need a scene to give you enough time to dart in and let them know what's happening. Cassie should spill her drink on Lionel's lap, and then you rush in when he starts to get up. It'll look like you're helping him get cleaned up. I nod and stand back up. I try not to look in their direction as I walk back to Cassie. She starts teasing me again. Damn, girl, leaving me out to dry for your husband. I laugh, trying not to give myself away and move closer to her. I need your help. Sure, what's going on? I explain to her about the men. I don't think they realize the men he's playing with are also there to protect him. Confusion darts across her face. What do you mean protect him? From what? Why would he need protection? He's a very wealthy man who comes from a very royal and wealthy family. Everyone knows it. And these guys could be someone interested in a celebrity-type figure. Or they could be someone sent here to try and catch him off guard. Either way, we have to make sure. Oh, yeah, I forget. Well, how can I help? I need you to walk over to Lionel and accidentally spill some of your drink on him. Then I'll dart in and inform him, but She interrupts. It'll look like you're just cleaning him up. Oh, that's perfect. We walk over to the table, and I place my arm around Clive, acting like I'm hugging him from behind while watching her from the corner of my eye. As soon as she spills it, I make my move. I rush over and get as much information out as I can as quickly as possible. Lionel leans into Phil, and they're both standing, instantly making their way to the men when they suddenly take off running. We watch as they run out of the casino. Are you going to go after them? Cassie asks. No, they're just some punk kids. Clearly they aren't brave enough to try anything. And unless it's an actual threat, we don't want anything taken away from these two's special weekend, Phil says. He smiles at me, and Clive appears beside me. I feel him grab my hand and wonder what it's about. Is he holding it because he likes that I'm protective of him? We decide to leave and find food somewhere else. As soon as we reach the sidewalk, a group of teenage girls spots Clive. They all start giggling and pointing at him, never coming close enough to say anything. How have I not seen this before? His fame seems new to me, and I don't know why. All I know is it feels great being the one with her hand in his when other women gawk. We continue down the street until we find a taco truck on the nearest corner. Oh my God, yes, please, I say, and pull Clive to the line. Everyone gets behind us and gets ready to order. The truck puts the food on the taco as you're telling them, so we get it immediately. I choose one of their outdoor tables to sit on, and everyone follows me. We talk and laugh as we eat, and the sun begins to set in the distance. Phil picks up our trash and throws it away when we finish eating. We make our way back to the hotel, and everyone parts ways for the night. As soon as Clive and I are in our room, he again hands me the bag from his purchase. "Okay, you can open it now," he says. There's a massive smile on his face as I open the bag. "Oh, Clive, they're beautiful. They must have been so expensive. But thank you. You really shouldn't have," I say. He walks over and opens the tiny closet. "They'll pair nicely with this." He sets it on the bed and slowly unzips it. It's a beautiful black dress with a layer of glitter chiffon. I notice there's a mask attached to the garment bag that matches the dress. Oh, it's gorgeous. But what's it for? There's a formal auction tonight, and everyone has to wear a mask as part of the theme. I was hoping we could attend. It would be a good public appearance. Of course. I'd love to go. Thank you for the dress. I'll go get ready. He tells me that I have 30 minutes. Plenty of time, I think, as I walk into the bathroom. When I walk back out, he's in his tux, and a huge smile appears when he sees me. "You look beautiful." "You look pretty good yourself." I laugh as he grabs my hand, and we head to the auction, hand in hand like the perfect couple.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 16. Clive, Chantal, and I enter the grand ballroom full of people wearing masquerade masks, extravagant gowns, and custom tuxedos. This event was invitation only, and only the wealthiest people in the country were allowed on the guest list. Chantal holds my right arm tighter as we navigate through the crowd, while people still acknowledge me respectfully. I'm not surprised that they can still recognize me through the black mask that covers the top half of my face. My staggering height of 6 feet and 5 inches along with my signature blue eyes and golden blonde hair gives me away. When we arrive in the center of the room, I take Chantal's left hand with mine, turning her body to face me as the live orchestra plays on the other side of the room. There are about 6 couples that dance around us, but I only have my eyes fixed on my stunning wife. She wears a long black and red lace gown that dreamily sweeps against the ground as she moves with a matching red and black feathered mask on her face. Her full bow lips form a smile as she holds my gaze through my dark mask. I've always wondered what a masquerade ball would be like. I thoughtfully set her arms around my neck, then place my hands at her lower back. Is it anything like you imagined? Chantal studies the small orchestra as they play skillfully, then scans the room before matching my gaze again. It's exactly like how it is in the movies. I keep looking around for the cameras because it all feels so surreal. I chuckle heartily as I enjoy how she is becoming immersed in this new environment. Yes, it certainly is a different world that most people never get to experience. She continues to follow my lead, moving her body rhythmically with mine. It's crazy how we're all the way on the other side of the country, and people still know who you are. Do you ever get tired of the spotlight? If I said there weren't times when I wished I was invisible, I'd be lying. I take a moment to appreciate how my fingers feel against the lace fabric of her dress and her soft skin that peeks through it. What about you? Her perplexed expression is still recognizable, even though half of her face is hidden. What do you mean? We've had a full day of activities. I twirl her around once below my right arm before explaining my inquiry in greater detail. Are you exhausted from all of this? No. The bold red lipstick on her lips make them even more irresistibly pouty. I can't remember the last time I had this much excitement. It's like my adrenaline is through the roof. Good. I smile with satisfaction after her words give me confirmation. I was worried that you'd rather be on Cassie's itinerary for the evening. Chantal looks over at another couple that starts to make out to her right while they dance. Cassie is probably drinking the guys into the ground as we speak. She releases a chuckle, then looks up at me. I want to actually remember everything from Vegas. You have a point. I admire how she looks like a piece of art as she simply exists. I look forward to the day when we won't be able to keep our hands off of each other like the couple next to us. It's natural for me to be envious of them when I desire that kind of interaction with Chantal, but I don't want it to be forced. If I continue to be patient, she will eventually recognize that, and hopefully she will fall for me as deeply as I've fallen for her. I distract myself from the thoughts of kissing her passionately by carrying on our conversation in the middle of the ballroom. Do you have a favorite part from our trip? That's a tough one. She pauses for a while to replay all the events in her mind. Everything has been amazing, to be honest, but I think seeing Astro Shimon was the cherry on top because he has been a shared interest of ours for quite some time now. I feel touched by her response, and it becomes impossible to hide it with my facial expressions. If this is how making her happy makes me feel I don't want to trade it for anything in the world. Why did I waste so much time expecting her to cater to me? Our 5 years together could have been so different if I had learned this lesson earlier. I'm truly on cloud 9 right now with the most phenomenal woman in the world. Life really can't get any better than this. I start to think about the last surprise that I have for her and how she will probably react towards it. It feels like I'm winning her over one small step at a time. It's only a matter of time before she allows me into her heart. That was really thoughtful of you. Nobody really takes my interests into consideration like you do. She holds my gaze with soft eyes that are inviting me to embrace her tighter. Am I just imagining this? Is it all just wishful thinking? I don't want to make a move that makes her feel uncomfortable. Up until this point, all of our displays of affection have been calculated. Is it selfish of me to want to be amorous just for the sake of being romantic? At times, I feel like this contract marriage and fake pregnancy might be hindering me. Every time I feel like I'm getting closer to her, I have to be reminded that it's all part of a plan. Everyone stops dancing once the orchestra stops playing, and the room is filled with enthusiastic applause. The host of the event steps onto the stage in front of the orchestra, adjusting the microphone to his medium height before speaking into it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host for this special event, Dalton Lewis. Everything is all set up for the auction, so if you would kindly make your way over to the next room to retrieve your paddles, we can begin shortly. Feel free to enjoy the champagne and caviar. The crowd of people starts to disperse when Chantal appears to be scanning the room for something in particular. I take a step forward, immediately offering my help. Are you looking for the powder room? Yeah. Chantal chuckles as she adjusts the mask on her face. This place is so huge that I could easily get lost. I need to go too, so let's go together. I use the opportunity to take her left hand into mine and guide her down a corridor until the ladies' and men's decals can be seen. I'll wait for you here. Take your time. Okay. She enters the ladies' room, then disappears behind the curved wall. I walk to the left into the men's room, checking my appearance in one of the large mirrors over the sink. My fingers comb through my hair that appears more unkempt than usual. I sigh heavily, placing the palms of my hands against the marble sink counter. She'll know how much I love her after this. There won't be any room left for doubts. I handle my business in one of the urinals, wash my hands, then wait outside for Chantal where she is expecting me. Chantal smiles brightly as she walks towards me, wrapping her arm around mine. How does it feel to have your art be the main attraction for this auction? I start walking with her on my arm and the nerves come out of nowhere. It's for charity, so you know I'm always interested in giving back. Yes, I know. That's one of your most admirable traits. She looks straight ahead as we join a line leading into the auction room. My face feels warm from her compliment, but I create another diversion from my own thoughts. You can bid on anything you want. Money is no object, and it's all for a good cause. She laughs it off, holding my arm firmly as we move forward in the queue. There's probably nothing more expensive than your paintings in this auction. Hearing the large price tags might make me queasy. The man at the podium looks at us respectfully with a clipboard in his hands, instantly recognizing me. Mr. Johnson, such an honor to have you here with us. His attention shifts to Chantal, his eyes widening at the sight of her. Is this your date for the evening? This is my wife, Chantal. I proudly bring her closer to me as I continue to look at him. Congratulations. He reaches down and picks up 2 paddles with the number 113 on it. Enjoy the auction, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. Thank you. I accept the paddles, then escort Chantal into the room filled with people seated in their chairs. There's a large wooden stage at the front of the room that is large enough to accommodate a full orchestra. I find us 2 empty seats near the center of the room, allowing Chantal to sit in the inner seat before I take the aisle seat. Chantal modestly smiles when people approach us, and I introduce her as my wife. I never grow tired of it because it momentarily makes everything feel real between us. There are countless things put into auction, and for each one I check with Chantal if she has any interest in them. She politely declines about 6 things until a vacation house in Montana is presented. When she starts to silently observe the presentation with widened eyes, I lift my paddle without hesitation, securing the property after going back and forth with a few competitors. After the victory, Chantal moves closer to me and whispers in my ear. It's so expensive. It doesn't matter, I whisper back with a smirk on my face. We can take a vacation there. My arm wraps around the back of her chair, and my hand tenderly caresses her right shoulder. Dalton Lewis announces the main piece of the night, stating that I am the artist. I can feel Chantal's eyes on me, but I'm busy looking forward to her reaction. Once the fabric is removed from the large canvas, the room is filled with sounds of admiration. I finally shift my attention to Chantal as she stares at the alluring painting with her mouth agape. She remains frozen, not believing her own eyes. Oh my God!
Chapter 17. Chantal. They've been handing out a lot of wine to get people to loosen up and be freer with their money, and I have been drinking a lot of it. But why does the woman in the painting look so familiar? I think as I'm looking over every last detail, down to the strands of curly hair flowing down her back. I'm analyzing why it seems so familiar to me. I don't understand why, but it makes me feel like I'm looking through someone else's eyes in a mirror. It takes me a minute to wrap my head around it until I finally realize who it is. The painting is of me. I continue staring at the image, completely in shock. No way. No freaking way. The wine must be playing tricks on me. Or maybe I need to cut myself off. There's no way I'm seeing this right, I keep thinking. But the longer I stare at the face in the portrait, the harder it is to deny what I see. How is this a painting of myself? I don't know why he'd choose me to be his model when he can have access to any woman he wants. I mean, it's a fantastic portrait. I look gorgeous with my hair flowing down my back the way he has it. But why? It doesn't make any sense. I flash a look of shock and confusion at Clive to see his expression, but he doesn't have one. I slowly look away and start thinking about how many people are in the room with us, looking at the painting. So many people are seeing this right now, and I don't know anything about it. Whatever his meaning is behind it. I'd also like to know why he's selling it in the first place. I flash another look at him, but this time with embarrassment. As the bidding starts, he still doesn't say a word and turns his head back to the front with a slight smirk on his lips. I also turn to face the front, seeing as I don't have another option. I'm preparing for it to get even more embarrassing when no one bids on it. Who in here will want a portrait of a random black girl on their wall? It's going to be so awkward when it doesn't sell, and then people recognize me after. But to my surprise, many people are showing interest. Hands are flying up showing bidding cards, and there are already several people in bidding wars for it. For a moment, I feel confident. They must think I'm beautiful if they're fighting over it. But then I remember why it's here to be bid on in the first place. Clive, how could you not tell me about this before I just see it up on stage? This is so embarrassing. And the people bidding on it are treating me like some model, I exclaim. Oh, and that brings me to my next question. Why was I your model in the first place? You could have chosen someone else to paint. Literally anyone else, I demand in a hoarse whisper. There's a lot on my mind, but I'm still trying not to make a scene. I don't want to draw people's attention and have them recognize me until they do it independently. Clive doesn't say anything, which starts to irritate me because so many questions run through my head. The painting is beautiful, but I still don't understand. Why does he want to paint me? And why don't I know anything about him using me as a muse? He reaches over and grabs my hand. He squeezes it, smiling and not giving me his reasoning or an answer to any of my questions. I let him stare back up front as the bidding continues and the price increases. I'm growing more nervous the higher it gets and the more people put down their paddles. I know it's almost over, and my anxiety can't take it. Clive, I deserve to know why you would do this to me. I deserve to know why you'd want a portrait of me hanging in someone else's home. He looks at me for a few moments before speaking. It was cute watching you be flustered. That's exactly why I didn't tell you. I wanted to see your first reaction to it, but if you must know. I painted it because I want to show the world that I have a very beautiful wife. Of course, I don't want anyone else to have the painting. This is just me merely bragging. He grins and turns his focus back to the bidding war. My heart skips a beat following his declaration. Am I hearing him correctly? He says he wants to show the world that he has a beautiful wife. There's no way anyone else can hear him saying this, right? He has to be saying it honestly, just for me. But my beat quickly lurches in my throat when I see him raise his bidding card. $1 million, he yells with his hand in the air. I hear gasps all across the room at his sudden outburst. He hasn't been part of the bidding so far. Now he comes from nowhere with a figure that is outrageously over the current bidding price. The auctioneer takes his bid and calls into the crowd. 1 million. Do I hear 1.5? He looks around the room for a moment. No one moves their cards, and everyone is quiet. Do I hear 1.5? He pauses again, looking around the room one more time. Sold to bidder 113 for $1 million. My heartbeat is pounding in my ears. I'm getting lightheaded and feeling faint. Why did he buy a painting of his own for $1 million when he can see me every day? I understand if it's like he says and he wants to brag, but why repurchase it? And for way over the asking price. What are you doing? I ask loudly. Why would you repurchase it? And for that much? That's ridiculous. He chuckles. Calm down, honey. This is completely for charity. This is how I wanted to tribute you, the way you deserve. My mind is spinning and I don't understand. What's going on? Why is he going this far? I'm staring at him silently for a second, trying to understand what he's thinking. He looks so proud of doing this. It's like his personal statement to the world to show me off. I just don't understand why he is going to these lengths. Painting me in the first place, and then spending $1 million to keep it. My head is swimming, and I just can't figure him out. Why? I whisper. I stare deep into his eyes, wanting to catch a glimpse of his thoughts, hoping to get some insight into all of this. But instead of answering, he smiles his devilishly handsome side smile. He leans in and kisses me passionately on the lips. The kiss sends shocks through my body. His lips are so warm and comforting on mine that they feel made for each other. I'm in such shock that I don't even know how to move my lips. It's like I'm watching myself out of my body and screaming to do something to let him know I like it. Nothing happens. So he pulls back and smiles awkwardly. I can't even think of what to say. Why are you being so weird right now? You like him. But what if it's only because we're in public? And then if I show him I want it too much, it will make things awkward? The wine is mixing my emotions. I want him to know I like the kiss, but I don't want him to be kissing me only because we're in a room full of people who can help us keep our ruse going. He looks back up to the stage, and the auction continues. One by one, the items sell, and the auctioneer moves on to the next. I stare at the stage, thinking about my next move. If I don't let him know my feelings, I'll never know if Clive's are real or not. Finally, the last item sells, and we finish off our wine before heading out the door. Lionel is waiting with the painting when we make it to the car. "Thank you," Clive says to him as he helps him slide it in beside us. I slide in beside Clive, and the painting takes up most of the room, so we are very close together. I can't stop thinking about the kiss or what I need to do to change my response. My eyes dart around the car as I try to think of something, until I spot his hand. It's resting on his knee, which is odd because he usually tries to grab mine. That's it. I reach for his hand and pull it off his lap, entangling our fingers and laying it on mine. He shoots a look of shock at me, and I smile at him lovingly. He never says a word, and we sit in silence the whole way back to the hotel. My mind is racing with ideas of what I want to do when we arrive. The closer we get, the more my anxiety spikes, causing the wine to impair me more than usual. Finally, Lionel pulls into the casino parking lot, and my heart is racing. What will I do next? Chapter 18. Chantal. We stumble into the casino's hotel lobby, and I cling to Clive like he's my life raft on a sinking ship. I'm not sure if he's stumbling because he's tipsy or because I am, but he's allowing me to use him for stability, and I don't need a reason why. I can't tell if my feelings for him are making me warm or if it's the wine making me both tipsy and hot. I'm tipsy enough that it calms my nerves slightly and allows me to push my boundaries a little bit to see where he stands. But I'm not even close to being drunk, so I know I'm still sober enough to feel this for him, consciously. We've been acting so loving toward each other, and our kisses are magical. We've been the poster for the perfect newlyweds, but it's not enough that we're only acting. I want something more to happen between us, and I'm sober enough to realize it's not the wine making me think it. I know he's been so loving and gentle with me because he's working so hard to make our arrangement seem real to everyone around us, but it's causing me to fall even more for him. Something in his actions tells me that I'm not the only one falling for real. I want us to be this loving and friendly toward each other under actual circumstances. We're married now, and I want proof of it. I just need to void the contract and show Clive I'm ready to take on the complete duties of being his wife. Clive helps me into the elevator and presses the button to our floor. I know what I need to do. It's just a matter of picking the perfect moment. My heart is pounding so loud, I swear he can hear it. I'm so nervous. Every fiber of my being wants him right now, but I know that after the lame reaction I gave him to the kiss earlier, I will have to do something to prove my feelings. Neither of us speaks the entire ride, and I'm trying too hard to control myself to ask why he's quiet. Everything in my body tells my mind to pounce right here in the elevator, but my mind is still needing some convincing. I watch the numbers go up as we reach each floor, and my heart is nearly beating out of my chest. Finally, just as I'm almost ready to make my move, the elevator dings, and we're on our floor. I sigh as he walks out the doors and down the hall. I trail behind him, waiting for him to use the key. My heart stops as soon as I hear the key click and watch him push open the door. When we're inside, I watch him slip out of his suit coat and lay it on the edge of the bed as he reaches for a hanger in the closet. I feel myself inching closer and closer to him. Once he hangs it up and shuts the closet door, I'm standing at the edge of the bed. He smiles at me and slips his tie loose, letting it fall on his shoulders, almost like it's waiting for me to take it off. He's staring at me, and I can't move. Every cell in my body wants him. All of him, right here, right now. I'm slightly moving forward again, and a look of confusion crosses his face. "Are you okay?" he asks. I don't answer him because I can't shift my focus from his white dress shirt, tight enough that it's allowing me to see his biceps as he raises his arm. It flexes as he grabs one end of his tie and starts to slide it off, driving me crazy. Suddenly, the wine boosts my courage and helps me throw all the what-ifs out the window.
Looks like the level of passion in this chapter is pushing YouTube's limit.
It's disappointing, I know. Trust me when I say we want nothing more than to get down to the dirty details.
But releasing these free audiobooks on YouTube means that we have to abide by the rules.
Even though YouTube won't allow us to put something so spicy on the air, you can still find it on TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an unbelievable collection of uncut, unabridged audiobooks and ebooks.
For access to the full, unfiltered scene, go to TylerWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off any digital product.
This is the deal of a lifetime, a discount that can be applied to bundles that are already listed at a discounted price.
You heard that right. It's time for you to treat yourself.
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 19. Clive. Even before tonight, being with Chantal in Las Vegas makes me feel more joyous than I ever have. It's as if our old lives have been paused momentarily, and we are freely indulging in an alternate timeline. This is what our life together could be like if my parents weren't forcing their own agendas onto me. There is a liberating sensation that I never knew I could be capable of feeling. Should we just make a life for ourselves out here? We've already eloped, so anything is possible at this point. That's never been as apparent as when Chantal buries herself in my arms in the hotel, kissing me unexpectedly, or straddles my lap as we make out on the couch, or tells me that she isn't drunk, and she wants this as much as I do. This is what our life should have been all along. But it isn't too late.
Chapter 20. Chantal. "Should we go grab some dinner?" Clive asks. "You want to go out? You've only wanted takeout the last couple of nights." I laugh. "I know, but I figure it might be nice to get some food and enjoy the city before our week comes to an end." "I'd love to. Let me get dressed, and then we'll go." He slides off me, and I get up off the bed. I pull some jeans and a nice blouse out of the closet and walk into the bathroom. As soon as I look in the mirror, I can't help but giggle at my appearance. I have sex hair. I comb through it carefully with my fingers and then put it back into the tight bun. I fix a few things with my makeup and throw on my clothes. When I walk back into the room, Clive sits on the edge of the bed, ready to go. "You look beautiful," he says. "Are you ready?" "Of course. Let's go." He grabs my hand, and we walk down to the lobby. We walk into the restaurant attached to the hotel and find seats. We're talking amongst ourselves for a moment, until the server arrives. "I'm Michael, and I'll be your server tonight. Here are your menus. Let's get started. Can I get you something to drink?" he asks. "Yes, I'll have a martini, please," I say. "Extra dirty," Clive interrupts. He winks at me when I look up at him. We both laugh, and the server writes it down. Clive tells him he wants a beer. Perfect. And then, are you both just having the buffet or would you like to order? Buffet, thank you. He leaves to get our drinks, and we stand up to head to the buffet table. We're both on opposite sides of the table and can't stop staring at each other as we make our plates. Finally, we reach the end and head back to the table to dig in. Surprisingly, our drinks are already waiting for us. We eat and sip our drinks as we talk about our trip. We're talking about everything we want to do before we leave when Clive's phone starts to ring. He pulls it out of his pocket to look at it and sets it on the table. It doesn't look like he will answer it when mine suddenly rings. It's my mom. I'm sorry I have to take this. She usually doesn't call unless it's an emergency, I say and pick up the phone. I watch as Clive answers his too. I already know I won't tell her where I am or what we're doing here. I plan to tell her eventually, but I want to wait until I get back. So I work on how to say hello as I swipe to answer. Before I can get a word out, she's yelling, "Chantal, you better get home right now, or I'm going to disown you. You will no longer be a member of this family. And I mean it. Get home this minute." Whoa, what are you talking about? What's going on? I ask. How dare you marry your boss? Chantal, that is unethical. And how could you possibly lie about being pregnant? I thought I raised you better than that. There's no baby, and you know it. Now that damn Claudia is threatening to sue us because of your fabrication. Mom, slow down. What are you talking about? She completely ignores my question and continues yelling. Claudia believes you lied to Clive. She thinks that you tricked him and that we're in on it, that we're keeping the lie going for you. I have never been so disappointed. You are an absolute disgrace. My mind is spinning, and I can hardly focus on what she's saying to me. I feel my face get pale and I'm shaking. I don't understand. How does Claudia know? Didn't Clive take care of everything? I'm still spinning as my mother's voice trails in the background. She's ranting when I turn to face Clive. His face is angry, and I immediately hang up. Clive, what happened? How did they know? I ask. Apparently, my mother made a scene in the hospital and found out that the pregnancy test was fake. My heart is pounding and I can hardly breathe. Oh my God, how did I let myself get into this mess with you? I should have known the outcome. I shouldn't have let this happen. I completely screwed up agreeing to this, and now everyone's blaming me. Chantal, please, Clive starts, but I cut him off before he can continue. No, I want to leave. I need to leave. Get me out of Vegas. He leaves payment for our dinner on the table, and we walk out to pack our things.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to YouTube's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
If you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 21. Clive. I can understand why Chantal doesn't want to talk about the matter any further. It's beyond embarrassing for her to be called out by her family for the marriage and pregnancy sham. I hate myself so much for putting her in this position in the first place. If I would have known that it would have all come crashing down like this, I never would have made her the offer to begin with. It didn't occur to me when I suggested we fake a pregnancy, how it would look if anyone found out. To the outside world, she's a money digger who conned me with a pretend baby. No one understands it was all my own plan. She means the world to me. and watching her hang her head in shame breaks my heart with the highest intensity possible. We'll fix this. Everyone will see once we face this head-on that we've always had the best intentions. I stand in the center of the hotel room, trying my hardest to reassure her while she packs her belongings into her large teal duffel bag. She intentionally avoids my gaze, carrying on as if I am completely non-existent. I feel like a fool. It seems as though I have underestimated my wicked mother once again. She will truly stop at nothing, and her persistence must be stopped at all costs. I had become accustomed to her ruining my life, but this stunt she pulled takes the cake. I've never felt so burdened in my entire life, and the sensation of helplessness grows with every minute that Chantal ignores me. What the hell am I supposed to do now? The odds are against us, and things will only get worse once we get home. While I'm used to being seen negatively in the public eye, the massive attention that we're about to get may be too much for Chantal to bear. She needs to know that I will choose her no matter what, because my heart belongs with her. I exhale heavily as I watch Chantal zip up her bag on the bed, sit next to it, then focus her attention on her phone's bright screen. Well, standing here like an idiot isn't doing me any good. I might as well pack the rest of my things too. I hate that our Vegas trip has come to such an abrupt end, but we can't just stay out here avoiding our problems as if they don't exist. The sooner we debunk all of this nonsense, the better. My mother needs to know that we will not stand down. She may be used to getting her way all of these years, but that's all about to change. I zip-closed my small suitcase after chaotically loading it with the remainder of my clothes. Chantal has stressed the importance of us getting back to New York City tonight, and there is no way that I would deny her any of her requests right now. If she told me to jump off the Hoover Dam Bridge, I would do it without hesitation. This is how deeply my love goes for her, and she is utterly oblivious to it. To me, I'm not just her husband on paper. I feel like this trip has confirmed for me that Chantal is my soulmate. She's the only person in this world that I trust, and I only wish that those same sentiments were reciprocated. There isn't anything that we can't get through as long as we remain as tight as we have been up until this point. I glance down at my watch, then observe her as she remains in the same spot on the bed. We should probably start heading to the airport. Chantal places the long strap of her bag across her body, stands up expressionless, then walks past me without saying a word. I turn around to watch her as she opens the door of the honeymoon suite, then exits the room without looking back. Damn. I didn't realize that the silent treatment would be this torturous. There's nothing that I've experienced that affects me as much. I leisurely grab the handle of my suitcase, dragging it behind me as I leave the room that shifted from our pleasurable paradise to a disaster zone overnight. We make our way to the elevator, check out early at the reception desk, then climb into a taxi. Chantal stares out of her left side window as the undeniable tension between us grows thicker. We've never faced a battle like this one. Albeit we've had our disagreements over the years, we were always capable of coming together despite our differences in opinions. The silence kills me inside to the point where I have to make another attempt at a conversation with her. Chantal, I know it feels like we're being hit from all sides right now, but we can get through this together. We just need to prove them all wrong about us. She finally turns away from the window, studying my expression thoroughly before granting me a response. If only it were that simple. The sound of her voice makes my heart skip a beat. I had momentarily forgotten how melodic her tone can be. At this point, I don't care if she curses me, as long as she is making an attempt to speak to me. But it is that simple. You've got me and I've got you. That's all we need to get through this. Chantal scoffs, looking away briefly before returning her brown eyes onto me. My family knows I'm a fraud. Stop sugarcoating what has happened. I know your mother must have made more of a mess of this than you're letting on. Just tell me the truth. I can feel the palms of my hands getting sweaty as they rest against the seat of the taxi. She made a scene at the hospital and found out that the pregnancy test was fake. Of course she did. She throws her hands up in the air to add emphasis to her sarcasm. She's been looking for an opportunity to make me look less credible and we just handed it to her on a silver platter. There's no way we could have predicted this. We've been very discreet and covered our tracks well. I speak in a calm tone, hoping that she will see things from another perspective. We clearly didn't cover our tracks well enough, Clive. My career is over now, and your mother has made damn certain of that. She turns her body back to the left, showing me her back as if I've played a part in this intentionally. Chantal, please listen to me. She huffs without giving me a single glance. Let's not do this right now. I respect her wishes, carrying out the rest of the cab ride in silence. After we make it through security, she sits next to me with her AirPods in her ears, reverting back to the silent treatment. We sit in our first-class seats and both doze off during the flight. I arrange for Lionel to pick us up in the Maserati, and he greets us with a concerned expression. I'm afraid things have already spiraled out of control, Master Clive. He passes me his phone, which has a female and male broadcaster doing a live stream that reads, Clive Johnson's Vegas shotgun wedding. There is some footage of us walking around the strip in our wedding attire, and then the woman speaks confidently. Now let's talk about the faux bride, Chantal Fisher. She was his secretary for 5 years, and now she trapped him into a pregnancy, leaving him no choice but to marry her in Vegas. Chantal gasps loudly as she backs away from my left side. Are you serious? I hand the phone back to him immediately. Turn that off, Lionel. This is absurd. They're saying that I trapped you? This has your mother written all over it. Her eyes appear as if they could spit fire as she avoids my gaze while blinking anxiously. Chantal. I cover the distance between us, placing my hands on her shoulders in a hopeful attempt to calm her down. I know how to deal with the press. This is what they do. It's their job to intensify things. No! She places her hands at my chest, pushing me back in one movement with all of her strength. This is all your fault. I never should have trusted you, and now everyone is blaming me for it. And this isn't even the worst. Your mother knows that the pregnancy test was fake, so it's only a matter of time before the world knows it too. She's right. I can't even apologize right now because that won't clear her name. If anything, it will probably just add fuel to the fire. What the damn do I do? I can't have the woman that I love despising me like this. She needs comfort right now. I have to convince her that I'm not going to let my mother burn her at the stake. Let's just go home and figure this all out. Chantal takes a step back, raising her hands parallel to her chest. I need some time alone so I can think straight. It's not a good idea for us to stay together right now. That's the exact opposite of what we should be doing. It's imperative that we stick together, or we'd be giving them what they hope to achieve. I pray that my words are as persuasive as they sound in my own mind, but she doesn't seem to be swayed at all. We're leaving separately, Clive. The expression on her face is the sternest one I've ever seen. I sigh deeply, accepting my defeat. I'll bring you to your apartment. No, I'll be staying with Cassie. My hand reaches for the handle of the back door, obligingly holding it open for her. As you wish. She enters the back of the car while I tell Lionel where our first stop is. The painfully quiet ride feels like it goes on forever. Once we arrive in front of Cassie's house, Chantal exits the car, slamming the door behind her in a rage. I watch her carefully as she waits at the front door. Cassie doesn't come right away, and my heart leaps with the hope that maybe Chantal will come back to the car to talk after all. But instead, Chantal seems to rummage around for a while. She must find a key somewhere because the next thing I know, she's let herself into the house. So much for us getting to talk. I watch as she disappears, and it feels like all of my dreams for the future go with her. My fist angrily thrusts into the back right window of the Maserati, the glass shattering instantly as I release a deep scream of frustration.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 22. Chantal. I walk up the steps to Cassie's apartment and stand on her doormat momentarily, unsure how this interaction will go. Clive and I lied to everyone, including her. I don't know if she'll even want to see me, but since we've gotten closer the last few weeks, and I don't have anywhere else to go, I want to try. My first quietly knocks a few times, no answer. I ring the doorbell, no answer. I'm starting to wonder if she sees me and is just ignoring me. But then I notice I don't see her car in the driveway. I'm turning to leave when suddenly I remember what she always said in college. My home will always be a safe place for you, no matter the circumstances between us at the time. Just in case, I will always leave a key under my mat for you. I giggle at myself for a moment. Surely that's not still what she thinks. But I'm desperate and hoping she still feels the same after all these years. So I reach under one side of the mat and then the other until, much to my surprise, there's a key. My hand grabs it frantically, nearly bawling at the presence of it, and unlock the door. I place the key back under the mat and I step inside. I notice the beautiful place and remember her touch for interior design. Walking a few steps further toward the living room, I call out to her. "Hey, Cassie, are you here?" I ask, but there is no response. I walk in a bit further and find myself in the kitchen. The cabinets are gorgeous, and the countertops must have cost a fortune. Luckily, not for her as she's just renting. Suddenly, the door opens behind me, and Cassie walks in. She places her keys on the hook by the door and starts to carry her armload full of groceries to the kitchen when she spots me standing in it. "Chantal," she exclaims. I can't tell if the look on her face is worry or anger, so I immediately start apologizing. "I'm so sorry just to have come in like this, but I needed somewhere to go." My glance falls to the floor. She walks into the kitchen and sets her bags on the table. "You remembered what I said about the key," she says. "Of course I did. I just couldn't believe you still remembered to put one under there, even after all these years and the distance that's grown between us." She wraps her arms around me. "Of course. I told you, my home will always be a safe place for you to go, no matter the circumstances. And I meant it." The longer she embraces me, the harder it gets to hold back the tears. Finally, they fall down my cheeks, and my shoulders shrug as I sob into her. "I'm so sorry. I can't even imagine how you must feel right now," Cassie says. Her empathy surprises me, and I pull out of her hug. "Wait, you're not mad?" I can't believe she's comforting me and not blaming me for what's happening. "I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed that you'd lie to me. But we can talk about that another time. How are you handling it? I can't imagine how embarrassing it must be having your personal business all over the place." "My life is over. Everyone thinks I'm a bitch. I mean, the hate I've received from the public is ridiculous and completely overwhelming. Your life isn't over. We'll get this fixed. But what I'm asking about is how you're handling the breakup. I know how much he meant to you, and I saw how you both acted towards each other in Vegas. There's no way that was all acting." She pulls me over to sit on her couch, and I sit for a moment staring at the floor. This is the first time I've had a second to think about him. The aching in my heart grows stronger. I'm completely heartbroken. I mean, you know that it's over, that our arrangement is over. I can't let myself think about those last few days with Clive. I can't let her see that I'm completely in love and now completely lost. How about we treat this like any normal breakup? I'll order some pizza, and I already brought home ice cream and wine. I nod in agreement, and she excitedly gets up and walks back into the kitchen. Cassie grabs her cell phone off the table and calls the nearest pizza joint. I'm standing beside the table quietly as she talks. "They'll be here in 25 minutes, she says, and grabs a bag off the table. Wine is the first thing she pulls out. "I'll grab the corkscrew if you can grab some glasses out of that cupboard beside you." I set the glasses on the table as the wine pops open, and she fills them. She's gossiping about what she wants to do to Clive for putting me through this, and we laugh. It feels so good to be this close to her again. The occasional phone call wasn't enough. This in-person contact, joking, and laughing is what I truly need. It makes me so happy that we're here again. I guess this is one thing I can be thankful to Clive for. After a few minutes of unloading her bags of groceries, the doorbell rings. Cassie answers it and pays the delivery boy. "Pizza's here," she says as she shuts the door and walks to the living room. I grab our glasses off the table and follow her. She hands me a slice, and we laugh at the fact that we still don't use plates. "Not much has changed between us, has it?" she asks. I'm so grateful for that. "Me too. Okay, let's get this girls' night started. Whenever you get sleepy, I can go get some blankets. You don't have to keep me all night. I'm sure you had plans. I don't want to intrude." She reaches over and squeezes my hand. "There's no place more important I need to be right now than here with you. You're staying." I smile at her, and she gives me a side hug. Cassie asks questions about Clive. Questions that are difficult to answer now that it's all blown up, but I try my best to give her the intel. It feels good to talk openly about him for once, to have a friend that genuinely wants to know how I feel. We keep talking and sipping our wine as we eat the pizza. Finally, when we have our last slice, she gets the ice cream out of the freezer. I smile when she walks back in, and I notice 2 spoons sticking out of the pint. No bowls, just like old times. We eat the ice cream and keep refilling our glasses. The longer the night goes on and the more wine I have, the harder it is to keep in my tears. Memories of us keep popping up in my mind, and I start to lose it. Just cry it all out. Don't be embarrassed. It's easiest to deal with this kind of pain head on. I won't judge you. I'm just here to help you through this, Cassie tells me. I remember sobbing into her shoulder as she covers me with blankets and finally lay my head on the pillow. Suddenly, I wake to the sound of pans clanking. "I'm so sorry, did I wake you? I was trying so hard to be quiet and let you sleep," Cassie says when I walk into the kitchen, rubbing my eyes. "No, you're fine. I'm a light sleeper." "Holy crap, is that the time?" I ask, looking at the clock on the stove. "It's nearly lunchtime and I overslept." "It is," she laughs. "I'm glad you slept so well. I'm almost done making us some food and some hangover tea. Do you feel better after crying last night?" My heart's a bit lighter. This is the only response I can muster. I'm still sad and now full of embarrassment for letting my emotions take over. Cassie dishes up the food and sets it on the table along with the hangover tea, and we sit down to eat. We are talking lightly and eating when she shifts nervously in her chair. "Can I give you some advice?" she asks, her eyes somber. It surprises me, but I want any help I can get. "Sure." I continue sipping my tea as she talks. "Put your big girl panties on," she says. "What do you mean? Why?" I ask with confusion all over my face. "Why?" she echoes. "Because that man loves you?" I can't believe what I'm hearing. There's no way. What, you're saying Clive loves me? She laughs. Of course he does. There's no way to mistake it for anything else. I think you should face this problem head on and confront him. Ask him what he feels for you. My head is spinning. What if you're wrong? I ask. My heart is racing with excitement. What if she's right? I'm not wrong. Why are you just telling me this now? Why not tell me this before last night? She shrugs and picks up her fork. You weren't ready. My eyes fill with tears again as I look into her eyes, but she doesn't comfort me this time. This time she tells me exactly what I need to hear to get my ass in gear. Go do your damn, Chantal. Stop crying. You're not a baby. Face it, girl. Go get your damn man. She yells with a smile on her face. Telling her thank you, I slide on my shoes and race out the door to confront my man.
Chapter 23. Clive. Fear grips at my insides as I wait. This isn't going to be easy. The need for her to forgive me, talk to me, listen to me at least, is overwhelming. I can't think or concentrate on anything else. Not even the pretty, flirty young woman who is doing my makeup. She's trying desperately to gain further attention from me. In the past, I would have risen to the bait. Not now. All I need now is to earn the right to look Chantal in the eye again. I've invited the press to hear what I have to say, and they have been only too happy to line up for the story of the decade. But they don't really matter. I'm doing this for her. I just hope that she will be listening, somewhere, that she can bring herself to feel happy with me again. Because she's all that matters now. She's all that ever mattered, even when I didn't want to admit it to myself. But now I've come so close, and I can't lose her. Not like this. I rely on her too much. Care for her too deeply. I've been a fool, but it is time to set the record straight. For her. My mind wanders to the joyful times we had shared in Vegas, to the warmth her laughter brings to my life, the steadiness her presence has always given me, the support I take for granted. Chantal is perfect. Her beauty, her poise, her loyalty, her intelligence. I wasn't sure I had ever fully appreciated any of it until it was gone. If only I had understood. The time is upon me, and I steady myself against the doorframe and inhale the deep, calming breaths I need before stepping out in front of the awaiting hordes, like a bestiary stepping into his first arena. But this isn't my first fight, just the only one where I care deeply of the result. Enough. I breathe, exhaling and stepping out into the limelight once again. The flurry of waving hands, cameras flashing, and the shouts of the gathering slow as I stand poker straight, the podium before me giving me the support I need. Good afternoon, I start, my breeding and experience dripping from my tone as I work hard to control the floor. I called you here today to rectify a situation I'm sure you are all aware of, and to stop the wild speculation that is both false and damaging to those I care deeply about. A hush descends on the waiting crowd. To put it simply, I lied. I felt justified at the time, but I lied. My head bows as I speak the words, shame getting the better of me. I couldn't see another way. My parents felt that I needed to settle down, grow up, and become a man with real responsibility. They felt I needed a wife, and because I'm weak and fearful, I deceived everyone in order to get one. A small wave of disbelief and anger sweeps across the gathering as my words echo out into the room. I couldn't stop now. She needs to know. She was leaving me, you see. Finally trying to free herself of the torment working for me had become, and I couldn't let her. I couldn't understand why I needed her. I'd always relied on her too much. Losing her was not an option, so it seemed the perfect way to keep her and make my parents happy. I coerced her. Gasps sound from the crowd, but I continue regardless, feeling lighter and lighter as I continue to set myself free. I coerced her into everything. I took everything good about her for granted, and then I played on her goodness, her kindness, and the bond we shared to make her pretend, to make her lie, to make her give up the life she knew. It was all me. She tried to tell me to keep me good and honest, but I disregarded her wishes. I broke her faith in my goodness. I pushed her into telling people of our engagement and our pregnancy because I was selfish and stupid and cowardly. I look up and breathe deeply, knowing this might be the only chance I have of making her hear me, of making her understand. I was a coward because I should have faced the truth rather than hiding from it. I love her. She's the only person in this life who knows me, who truly understands me, and accepts me for all my faults and flaws. She sees them and stands by me regardless, and I could not be sorrier that I took advantage of her. Tears well and threaten to escape as I continue. I wanted everything that I made her lie about, but I was too stupid to understand and too selfish and spoiled to earn it. But I want to now. I need to now. I have to because I can't live without her. She's my world, I mutter finally, as the tears that had threatened to fall finally spill, streaming down my cheeks. I'm so sorry to all of you, for everything. I take a step back, my hands shakingly pushing the hair from my grimacing face. A hush has descended on the room as the crowd digest my words and take in the sorry state before them. A broken man seeking redemption. I can't control the tears flowing freely down my face, and my breathing has become more ragged, but I feel lighter as the weight of the lies lifts from my chest. Thank you for listening, I finally conclude. I turn away, prepared to step back into the gloom and privacy of the corridor behind. The sound of sobbing distracts me, and I pause, turning my head back towards the crowd. There at the back of the room, discreetly tucked into a shadowy corner, is my world. Her perfect body shaking and racking sobs erupting from her bow lips as she stares at me. Her eyes are wide and brimming with tears in her lovely face. My heart clenches in my chest. She's so beautiful. Even now, the pain that I've caused her is evident on her face. And she is still stunning. She takes my breath away. I would give anything to have her in my arms, to wipe her tears, to make her understand how truly remarkable she was and how much she touched my soul. I am hers, but I turn to her fully and wait for her to let me know. Had she heard me? The silence in the room is palpable as everyone turns to find what has transfixed my gaze. I am hardly aware of their presence as they began muttering and scribbling in their silly little notepads. She rises from the chair she's sitting in and starts towards me, unsteady at first, her legs trembling. Her paces get more and more hurried as I step towards her, my long legs eating the distance between us until finally I can grab her into my eager arms. I pull her to me, reveling in the warmth of her body against mine. I pull her close and fill my nose with her familiar and evocative scent. I want to show her that I'm prepared to never let her go again. Raising her head from my chest, she sets her gaze upon mine. Her lashes flutter as I gently stroke the tears from her cheeks, her skin soft and warm beneath my finger. I pull her chin gently towards me, her lips trembling as mine meet hers in the most exquisitely gentle kiss. Her soft, plump mouth greets my own as if we had never been apart. I love you, I mutter, as my mouth moves over hers, my tongue caressing her bottom lip as she tentatively gives me access to the wet warmth I am so desperate for. Our eyes never leave each other's as we sink into the comfort of the kiss. Her tongue meets mine in a delicious dance, her sobs becoming calmer as our hearts soothe each other. Filled with nervous joy, I place tiny kisses in the corner of her mouth. Then, trailing up to her cheeks and her eyes, I kiss away the salty trail the tears had left behind. I finally kiss her forehead and tuck her back under my chin. I heard you, she laughingly sobs into my chest. I love you too, Clive. What took you so long?
Chapter 24. Chantal. Clive and I arrive back at his place, and awkwardness fills the air as we don't know how to continue the evening. Thoughts are racing through my mind. Do I stay with him? Do I stay in my living space? Does this mean we're going somewhere? Will he make a move? Our relationship up until now has been fake, except it turns out, maybe not so much. I'm not really sure where we go from here, but I'm ready to find out. He walks into the kitchen, glancing back as I follow him. We've been gone for so long that there isn't much in the fridge when he opens it. Damned, I wanted to try and make you a romantic meal, but it looks like I have some shopping to do since we got back. We could run to the store? Clive asks. I smile and lean my elbows on the counter toward him. I appreciate the sweet gesture, but I'm not fancy. You know that. We can just order a pizza or something. He's staring at me for a few seconds before he sighs. Okay, I guess that'll have to do for tonight. But I'll call it in at least. He laughs and pulls out his cell phone. He's looking up the number as I walk toward my quarters. I'm going to freshen up, I say and leave the room. On my way down the hall, I feel my heart start racing. I don't know why it feels this way. Maybe all the unknowns. Perhaps it's just simply because hearing the words, "I love you," escaping his lips sparks a fire inside me. It feels weird being back in my space. Everything is so different now, yet it looks the same. I walk into the bathroom and shut the door behind me. I stare into the mirror for too long, contemplating what I want to happen. I crave him, a feeling I didn't think about wanting back. I decide to pull my hair down from the regular bun I wear. Maybe if I try something new, it will take the edge off, I think, as it unravels down my back. I'm grateful I always have extra toothbrushes, deodorant, and perfume here.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit YouTube's limit for spiciness.
YouTube's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 25. Chantal. My heart is racing and I'm instantly nauseous when Clive and I pull into the driveway of my parents' house. I'm not here to ask for their permission, nor is Clive. And I'm also not here to ask for their blessings because I know it's something I won't get. We're here to tell them that whether they like it or not, we're already married, and there's nothing they can do about it. I know my parents, so I'm preparing for the yelling and screaming that will come with my disobeying them like it always does. But Clive is worth it. He stops the car and turns off the engine. My whole body is stiff and I can't move. I feel my anxiety flaring up, and I'm doing breathing techniques trying not to have a panic attack. Clive looks over and sees me struggling to breathe. I thought you said you'd been preparing because you know them well enough to expect what's coming, that we are worth it? No, of course we are. I'm not having any regrets or anything. They need to know how important you are to me. It's just hard. I've rarely made them happy in my entire life, but their disappointment in me never gets easier. I don't think a kid, no matter the age, can ever feel okay getting yelled at by their parents, I say. I understand that. If you're anything like me, then you should be used to getting yelled at, right? He laughs, and I stare at him, wondering if that's his only comforting advice. Hey, don't look so mad. I'm only kidding. I was trying to lighten the mood. Get your mind off the panicky feeling. Plus, I'll be right here next to you this time. I won't let anything bad happen. I promise. He kisses me on the forehead, and I instantly feel better. We climb out of the car and make our way up their vast steps. I reach my hand to knock, but it opens before it makes contact with the knocker. As it swings open, my mother and father are standing side by side, already frowning. "Hi, Chantal," says my mother. She completely ignores Clive and never leaves my eyes. My father looks at me, and the disappointment on his face hurts me more than I prepared for. "Why'd you bring him with you? Hasn't he done enough for this family already? Why should we have to see him? Why would you think we'd even want to see him?" He's rambling to the point that all of his questions begin running together until finally, my mother grabs his arm and pulls him inside. I follow and pull Clive along with me into their living room. He's squeezing my hand the whole way. My mother forces my father to sit on the couch and takes a seat beside him. Clive and I stand before them and prepare for what I will say to them. I know it's not going to be an easy thing to say or for them to hear, but I don't think I can ever prepare enough to tell them something like this. I know in my heart I'm doing the right thing and that they need to accept it. But somewhere deep down, I keep hearing a little voice. It's the voice of a familiar little girl telling me to stop talking. The same little girl remembers working her entire life trying to please them and having no luck. The only way the little girl ever got anything other than disappointment is when she brings a Medal of Honor home. But that little girl is me, and I'm no longer little. I need to push through society telling me they're my parents, and I need to respect them, despite getting no respect in return. I no longer care about trying to impress them or fighting for validation. I'm an adult, and this is the life I want to live, and they'll either accept it or won't, but it is no longer my burden to carry. "Mom, Dad, I came here to tell you something," I begin. "I want you to know that despite how you feel or what you think I need to do with my life, Clive and I are already married, and there's nothing you can do about it." The truth spills out like lava spewing from an overdue volcano. It's quiet for a moment before my father gets up and walks out of the room. My mother stands up and walks closer to me. "How could you do this to us? You are no longer part of this family. Get out of our house. I don't want to see or hear from you again," she screams. Up to this point, I'm completely calm, but as soon as she starts yelling in my face about them disowning me, I lose it. "You know what? Fine. Disown me. I've never been someone you can be proud of anyways. I'm sure not having to constantly worry about what I'm doing that could affect your image will be a burden lifted off you both. I've never belonged in this family, so don't worry. I'll show myself the door." As soon as I turn around, my father stands behind me, shocking me. I attempt to move past him, but he stops me, grabbing my arm. Clive instantly gets between us, and he lets my arm go. His face is still red, and he joins in the yelling. "Do not talk to your mother that way. She gave birth to you." "Yeah, and she's regretted it ever since." "Stop it. Stop it right now. This is only proving the bad influence he has on you. You have never yelled like this. And now, I cut him off. "Yeah, before Clive, I just let you both belittle me, never standing up for myself, always letting you both make me feel inadequate. But never again, so I guess he is an influence on me, just not a bad one," I say and start to walk around him. Suddenly, his hand flies up and heads toward my face. I'm in too big of a shock to even register what is about to happen until Clive intercepts. He catches his hand in his, stopping it from hitting me. I can't even process what is going on when I hear Clive's voice for the first time since entering the house. "You know what, Mr. and Mrs. Fisher? Actually, I'll save the formalities for someone who doesn't abuse their daughter. I'll be taking Chantal with me. I'm her new family, and if you don't want her, that's fine with me, because I want all of her exactly the way she is. Just remember, someday when you realize what you've lost, you're the ones that gave it up." Tears are welling up in my eyes as he pulls me out of the house and to the car. He helps me buckle my seatbelt because I'm in shock and can hardly move. He quickly walks around and climbs behind the wheel. We speed out of the driveway and toward our dinner plans. It's quiet for several miles until Clive asks me the big question. Has he ever? No, I say, cutting him off. Never. We sit in silence again, longer this time, until I grab his hand. Thank you for stepping in. I don't even know what happened, but I couldn't move. That's what I'm here for, always. He smiles at me and squeezes my hand. I can't help but feel like this brings us closer somehow, and a man sticking up for you is seriously attractive. This might make things hotter between us. I want to meet your parents next. See if that interaction can top this one. I laugh. There's no need. I had the press conference, which was already a slap in their face. My mother clarified that I'm no longer her son, and I gladly accepted. His eyes never leave the road, so I can't tell if he's upset and hiding it, or if he has come to terms with it. I sit the rest of the way to the restaurant silently. I'd much rather get takeout and veg out on the couch, but he's trying to be nice, and I don't want to take that from him. Finally, he pulls into the parking lot of a gorgeous restaurant, La Grenouille. No way, we're eating here? I ask. This place has so many fantastic online reviews, but is outrageously expensive. I can't help but wonder why he chooses it. He only smiles at me as we walk to the entrance, and I don't ask any more questions. After the conversation with my parents, I deserve a gorgeous meal. We walk up to the hostess, and she immediately recognizes him. This way, sir, she says, and personally takes us to a beautiful table in the corner, handing us our menus as we take a seat. Your server will be with you in just a moment. Clive thanks her, and I can't take my eyes off the candlelit table setting. There's a bottle of champagne chilling in a bucket waiting for us. I'm glancing at everything until suddenly I catch movement from the corner of my eye. I glance up and see Clive down on one knee beside the table. He is holding an open box in his hands, with a gorgeous and obviously expensive ring inside. My hands fly over my mouth and I gasp. He smiles at my surprise. Chantal, we've been through a lot together, especially these last few weeks, but the proposal and the wedding were never fake to me. It was never an act. I can promise you this time is just as real for me. I truly love you very deeply. Since I've wanted to make things right, I thought I would start with a better proposal. Tears are spilling down my cheeks, and my hands are still over my mouth as he continues. So with that, Chantal, will you make me the happiest man in the world and marry me? I immediately nod my head, and my hands fly forward toward him. I don't think I've ever smiled so big. Yes, of course.
Chapter 26. Clive. The day of our official wedding ceremony has finally arrived. I feel ecstatic to share this important event with the people who matter to us. It has been a trying time for the past 3 months, with the backlash that we've received from our families. But it serves as confirmation to us both that we can weather any storm together. I am less bothered that my parents have disowned me for marrying Chantal, but I still worry about how she is managing with being banished from her family. She speaks nonchalantly about her parents when I bring them up in conversation. Her family dynamic wasn't as toxic as mine, so maybe one day their relationships will no longer be estranged. Chantal and I actually prefer that the wedding has turned out to be more intimate with only 10 guests. After having our dirty laundry aired out for the world to see, we have a much greater appreciation for our privacy. I'm aware that photos from today will still be leaked to the media due to my status, but at least we won't have any negative opposing energies in our space. I stand in front of a wide mirror in one of the grand ballrooms of the famous venue that I signed a contract with. My hands thoughtfully adjust my teal bow tie as I exhale deeply, reflecting on all the trials we had to endure to finally get here. Our love story is very much unconventional, but the fact that it's our means that nobody can take it away from us. Heavy footsteps clank against the elegant, tiled flooring of the room, approaching me slowly from behind. Director Sanders stands behind me at an angle, smiling at me through my reflection in the mirror. I'm sure business is going to skyrocket now that Clive Johnson is having his wedding here. It's an honor. I return his smile as I turn to face him, smoothing down the front of my white tuxedo with the palms of my hands. The garden looks absolutely perfect. Yes. He nods as if he did the decorating himself. It's only fitting that you have the best wedding planner in the city. Miss Adams certainly didn't disappoint. I pause before responding, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude. I appreciate everything, Director. You've believed in me more than my own family has. The director walks over to me slowly and gently places his hands on my shoulders. I told you to call me Rick. We're business partners now. I'm just as appreciative to have a man with your exceptional talents by my side. His hands pat my shoulders several times while he holds my gaze with pride. Now let's get you out there to marry the love of your life. I wrap my arms around his back, embracing him as if he is my own father. Thank you, Rick. I'm glad to be here since your father couldn't. He observes me with an expression of concern after we exit the embrace. That has to be tough. How are you both managing without having any of your parents here today? Well, I sigh heavily, turning towards the mirror to check my attire again. You know, it's something I've dealt with all my life. In my case, it's actually a relief to not have them here. They've dictated everything that I've done for 32 years. I've wanted to cut the cord a long time ago, but it was like I was imprisoned by them. This is a liberating day for me because it's the first time I'm executing my own plan for my life. That's an admirable perspective to have. You've consciously chosen to not be a victim. Rick places his hands in the pockets of his suit trousers, then watches me through the mirror. What about Chantal? How's she doing? She says she's okay. We're similar in the sense that her parents sought to control her too. I feel like deep down she wanted their approval, but she had to accept that they wanted to cut ties with her because of this. The guilt starts to resurface after I speak the words out loud. I know that Chantal loves me, but a part of me still feels like I don't deserve her. There are still some insecurities that I battle with, but I know that she will give me the consistent reassurance that I need. That's a normal desire to have. Regardless of what we've endured throughout our childhoods, we all hope to hear that our parents are proud of the adults we have become. Rick looks away to gather his thoughts, then continues in a more empathetic tone. What is more important is that we feel fulfilled within ourselves. Our parents are still external validation. Their opinions carry some weight, but how you and Chantal feel is the priority. I nod respectfully, then run my fingers through my tamed blonde hair. That's just the pep talk that I needed. I'm not sure why I'm such a nervous wreck when Chantal has already chosen me. Rick Sanders chuckles heartily as he places his left hand onto my right shoulder. Wedding day jitters are normal regardless of the circumstance. He glances down at his watch before glancing back up at me. Now let's get the groom in position. I stand at the large altar made of fresh, teal flowers overlooking the massive garden that is the backyard of the venue. There are 5 white chairs to the left side of the aisle where my 2 best friends sit with Phil Givens, Rick Sanders, and my faithful driver Lionel. On the right side of the aisle there is an empty seat next to the 4 occupied with Chantal's friends. The wedding officiant gives me a polite nod with a smile, indicating that everything is on schedule. The orchestra from the masquerade party in Vegas sits to the right of our guests, playing a soft piece while we wait for the main event. 2 figures exit the bottom floor of the venue, heading towards the aisle that is decorated beautifully with the same themed flowers. My heart beats out of my chest as the orchestra starts to play the wedding theme. All of our 9 guests rise respectfully, turning to face the 2 figures that approach us from the tall building. The brightness from the sun setting behind me illuminates the white wedding gown as it floats against the lush grass. Damn. She looks like an angel who just descended from heaven. Chantal smiles at me brightly as she regally walks down the aisle holding her precious bouquet of teal flowers. Cassie cheerfully walks beside her, holding onto her right arm with high esteem. Once they reach me at the altar, Cassie gives Chantal away to me, then lowers herself into the empty seat on the right side. I assist Chantal up the 3 steps, admiring her thoroughly as she joins me on the stage. "You look phenomenal," she whispers back as she stands across from me, holding both of my hands delicately. "Thank you, handsome." The officiant carries out the ceremony, prompting us to exchange our vows and rings. It is apparent that we are both holding back our emotions the whole time. When I gaze into her eyes, I can't help but feel like I've been divinely favored. I've always been fortunate to have her by my side, but making her my life partner gives me more joy than I've ever had in my whole life. When I am told that I can kiss my bride, my emotions take over me. A tear falls from my eye as I take Chantal into my arms, kissing her so softly as if she could break in my embrace. Our guests stand and cheer. Then we turn to them, lifting our hands together between us like we've just accepted an Olympic gold medal. That's how amazing I feel in this moment. We walk down the aisle together, leading everyone into the venue for our wedding reception. Everyone crowds around us when we enter one of the ballrooms, congratulating us with enthusiasm. I break myself away from everyone and walk over to the stage with a microphone and grand piano. "May I have your attention, please?" I speak into the microphone, then briefly pause while the room becomes instantly silent. I composed a special piece for my beautiful wife, Chantal, and I would like to share it with you all for the first time. My eyes meet Chantal's before I walk over to the piano. She looks touched by my gesture, giving me the motivation to play to the best of my ability. I lower myself onto the bench, clearing my throat as I position my hands over the ivory keys. As I express my love for her through the song, I can feel my emotions rise to the surface again. There is a huge lump in my throat by the time the song reaches its end, but I try my best to mask it. Chantal runs over to the stage as everyone applauds, wrapping her arms around me after I rise to my feet. "That was so beautiful. Thank you, my love." She kisses me passionately. Then we return to entertain our guests. There is a light meal served by the caterers while a DJ sets up his equipment on the stage next to the piano. Chantal and I sit at our private table that faces everyone, engaging in our usual banter as we indulge in the food prepared by the Michelin star chef. The DJ starts to play some of our favorite songs, and we all dance together in the center of the room. I notice a change in Chantal's demeanor after the first few songs, and it fills me with concern. Everyone continues to dance around us while I move closer to her, wrapping my arms around her for comfort. "Are you okay?" Chantal looks up at me with an uncomfortable expression after the brief embrace. I feel really strange all of a sudden. Her body starts to lean to the right, and I swoop in to catch her as she collapses into my chest. "Oh my God, Chantal!" Cassie gasps as she witnesses the scene right behind me. I cradle her unconscious body into my arms, the train of her gown trailing against the floor as I frantically sprint towards the door. "Lionel, we need to go to the hospital now." Chapter 27. Clive. Nothing could have prepared me for what has just happened. When Chantal collapsed into my arms at the wedding reception, I felt the most terrified than I ever have. What if there is something seriously wrong with her health? In the 5+ years that I've known her, she has always been strong and resilient. I can't even recall a time when she struggled with anything beyond the common cold. I restlessly paced the beige tiles of the hospital lobby, anxiously awaiting for the doctor to check back in with me after assessing Chantal's condition. Our wedding guests take up most of the chairs in the lobby as they silently offer me their support by simply being present. Cassie rises from her chair, walks over to me, then stands in my path in an attempt to calm my nerves. "She's gonna be fine, Clive. It's probably just something minor like dehydration." I hold my post like a statue, avoiding her gaze so I don't surrender to my own emotions. The truth of the matter is that I could have an emotional breakdown at any second. Chantal is the most important person in my life. If anything ever happened to her, I would no longer want to walk this earth. I never thought that I could feel this deeply about someone, but these last few months have completely changed my life. If I'm incapable of protecting her, I see no purpose for my life. Cassie places the palms of her hands at the front of my shoulders as if she is trying to stop me from running away. I know how helpless you feel right now. This is one of the most important days of your life, and it has turned into something scary. We're right here with you through it. Why don't you come and have a seat with us? I appreciate that, Cassie. My mouth finally forms a full sentence, but I still can't shake the overwhelming stress that I'm feeling. But I can't sit down right now. That's fair. She nods slowly, lowering her hands from my tall body. I'll go get you some water. As she walks by the other wedding guests, Phil stands up as if they are tag-teaming with consoling me. He walks over to me slowly like he's planning out his course of action before he reaches where I am still standing. Clive, stressing yourself out before hearing what the doctor has to say will drive you mad. Phil reaches his right hand up, then gently places it on my left shoulder. You're already playing the role of the perfect husband. You rushed her here so quickly. I want to respond to him and express my gratitude for what he's trying to do, but all I can think about is Chantal. It feels like I've even forgotten how to breathe. I could very well be on the verge of passing out too, so maybe it's best that we're already in a hospital. The doctor finally exits the doors for hospital staff only and approaches me with a chipboard in his hands. My mind races even more with anticipation as I play out the possible scenarios in my mind. Phil is right. This isn't helping me at all. I take a deep breath, then focus all my attention onto the doctor. Mr. Johnson? He gives me a comforting smile that eases my concerns. I'm sure you had quite a scare. I did. I take a step forward, wasting no time to inquire about my wife. How is she? I can feel my close friends crowding behind me to hear the news, but I don't shift from my position. Your wife is just fine. Actually, there's something that will surprise you. His eyes shift onto the sets of eyes behind me before returning back to me. She is 2 months pregnant. Cassie squeals in excitement from behind me, and my other friends offer their comments of approval. I am thrilled by the news, but remain frozen as my mind continues to process it. Rick Sanders arrives at my side, shaking my body with his hands at my shoulders. Congratulations are in order. I finally snap out of my trance and make one final confirmation with the doctor. My wife and the baby are both fine, right? Yes, she just needs to rest. She must have overexerted herself with your wedding festivities. The doctor tucks his clipboard under his arm, then gives me a reassuring smile. Congratulations on the wedding and the baby on the way. Thank you, doctor. I extend my arm outward to respectfully shake his hand. When can I go see her? The nurse will retrieve you in just a moment. You should probably relax in the meantime. He nods at a few of my people, then walks back in the direction he came from. I exhale deeply, turning around to face my loyal supporters. What a relief. Cassie throws her arms around me, then looks up at me proudly. You're going to be a wonderful dad. Congratulations. Thank you. I smile brightly for the first time since the wedding reception, scanning the faces of the people who have been with us every step of the way. Thank you all. They all take turns to embrace me, offering their genuine words of encouragement. I persuade them all to go home since it has been confirmed that Chantal is okay. The nurse comes to me shortly after, stating that I can go see my wife. I enter the room in better spirits, silently closing the door behind me to avoid waking her up. A smile forms onto my face as I walk over to the hospital bed she rests peacefully on. The woman I've always wanted to have a child with is carrying my baby. This makes me the happiest man alive. I lift one of the 2 chairs, move it closer to the bed, then lower myself into it. My hands softly reach for hers as I admire how beautiful she looks, even in a hospital gown. I kiss her left hand gently, then whisper thoughtfully, "Thank you, sweetheart." I must have dozed off shortly after because it seems like time has slipped away. My head is resting sideways on the side of her torso while my hands still hold onto her left hand. Clive? A soft, melodic voice speaks to me, and I'm uncertain if I'm still in my dream state or if I'm hearing Chantal in real time. Her hand moves out of my grasp, then gently caresses the side of my face. My eyes bolt open, realizing that she is actually awake. Chantal. Sweetheart. I lift my head to see her alluring brown eyes observing me. I've never been so scared in my life. I wrap my arms around her as she lays still in the bed, the lump in my throat growing out of control. The tears fall from my eyes and I allow myself to be vulnerable in front of her. She wraps her arms around my back, comforting me with an empathetic tone. Why are you crying? What's going on? She asks suspiciously, and I realize she doesn't know everything yet. She must have fallen asleep before the results came back. I move back out of the embrace, releasing a joyous chuckle as my cheeks remain moist from the tears. It's a mixture of emotions, actually. See, the doctor said that you wore yourself out today, probably because you're 2 months pregnant. Chantal gasps as she holds my gaze, then a smile immediately appears on her face. Oh my God, that's why you're such an emotional wreck. Yes, I chuckle heartily, appreciating how she has given me the most precious gift ever. I'm overjoyed. Thank you, sweetheart. She sits herself up in the bed, then extends her arms outward to me with a wide grin. This is the best news we could have received. I enter her warm embrace and hold her dearly. It's like we manifested all of this without realizing what we were doing. Chantal wraps her arms around my back even tighter as she giggles near my ear. You're right. We've brought this onto ourselves. My hands tenderly rest below her high cheekbones while I study every curve of her face, falling in love with her all over again. There's nobody else I would want to have a family with. She places her hands over mine, looking up at me with an even more loving expression. Even though I almost gave you a heart attack today, I can forgive you for that since you are both healthy. My eyes glance down at her belly, the reality setting in that I'm really a father. This is still the best day of my life. Chantal moves her face closer to mine, softly pressing her lips against mine before parting them. We kiss with an equal amount of mildness and aggression. I continue to hold her face after we make out, embracing the intimacy longer by placing my forehead against hers. Do you think it's a boy or girl? She whispers as our faces remain close. I move back slowly until I fully stand, smirking at her while I reach into my pocket, then reveal the trusty 2 francs coin. Choose your fate. Chantal chuckles before making her prediction. Helvetia has never let me down. The lovely mother has chosen. I release the coin into the air, catch it on the top of my left hand, and immediately cover it with my right hand. I playfully peek at the coin below my right hand, then reveal the Helvetia side to her with a confident smile. It's a girl.
Chapter 28. Chantal. Clive wheels me out onto the hospital sidewalk, and Lionel has our car sitting out front, ready for me. The nurse helps me stand per their requirements and hands me to Clive. He takes my arm, and Lionel assists him in lifting me into the back seat. I know they're only trying to help, but I can't help feeling awkward. I'm a very independent woman, and it will be a very long 7 months if no one will let me do anything for myself. I have to stop this right now before it gets worse. If I don't, I'll end up not saying anything at all until I come undone. Boys, I appreciate the help, but I'm okay, I promise. There's no need to dote on me, especially this early on. I laugh, trying not to sound too harsh, but still hoping they'll take me seriously. The nurse waves goodbye as she wheels the chair back inside. They climb in, and we make our way to the studio. Clive is clinging to my hand like I'm the only thing holding him to the earth, and I can't help but wonder why. Is it just because I'm pregnant? I want to ask him why, but I stop myself because the feeling of his hand in mine is fantastic. I want to keep basking and holding my husband's hand, so there's no need to question it right now. It's late at night, so the usually busy streets are scarily vacant, and Lionel is moving quickly through town. The streetlights keep me awake until we finally pull out in front of the studio. Clive tells me to wait so he can come to help me out, and Lionel rushes just as fast to my door. They're nearly tripping over each other trying to help me. Man, this is going to be a long 7 months with these two, I think as I walk in the door. I feel Clive's hand on my back as we make our way upstairs. He's flipping the lights on as we walk, but never taking his hand off my back. He walks me into my space, and I walk to the dresser to find some pajamas. Once I find something, I turn to set them on the bed, but he's standing right behind me. I smile and walk around him, quickly exchanging my wedding dress for something more comfortable. He sits down on the bed beside me and just stares. I can't tell if he's waiting for something or if he's just content. I can't sit on it any longer, and I decide to ask. Clive, not that I don't love holding your hand, but what's going on, babe? You seem a bit off since we left the hospital. Are you okay? His glance falls to the floor with my question. I see tears welling in his eyes. I grab his face in my hands. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I was just wondering what's going on, I say apologetically. You didn't upset me. You scared the hell out of me, he says, looking up at me. His voice shakes. I didn't know what was happening. I thought I was going to lose you, and I didn't know what to do. It was the scariest moment of my life. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't mean to frighten you. But hey, it's good news at least. We're going to be parents for real this time. I laugh, trying to lighten the mood. It's the best news. You're going to be the best mother ever. He wraps his arms around me and presses his ear against my stomach. Yeah, because I have personal experience with what not to do. I laugh, and we kiss passionately for a moment. Well, my beautiful wife, it's pretty late and you must be exhausted. I think I'm going to shower, and then we can get to bed. I'll try to hurry, but don't feel bad if you fall asleep on me. I completely understand. He kisses my forehead and walks into the bathroom. I lay on the bed for a few moments, contemplating what I'll do when he gets out. But I decide I don't want to wait. I jump up and walk into the bathroom. It's steamy, and I can hardly make out my reflection in the mirror. I unclip my bra and slide off my underwear. I grab the shower curtain and pull it back. I see the look of surprise on Clive's face as I step in. Hi, honey. I'm sorry I didn't think to ask if you wanted to join me because I figured you were tired. And it's so late, he says as I wrap my arms around the back of his neck. You don't sound very excited to see me. I can just get out if you'd rather shower alone, I say. No, I'd love to have you in here with me. I just didn't ask because of how late it is and I didn't want you to feel obligated. Wait, what's it? What are you talking about? I've been thinking since we got home about why I've been feeling so much more hot and bothered by you. Not that I'm not usually, but it's been so much more intense. I didn't even think about it being extra hormones. He kisses me again. Well, whatever it is, I love it. Now come here and let's get to celebrating.
Looks like the level of passion in this chapter is pushing YouTube's limit.
It's disappointing, I know. Trust me when I say we want nothing more than to get down to the dirty details.
But releasing these free audiobooks on YouTube means that we have to abide by the rules.
Even though YouTube won't allow us to put something so spicy on the air, you can still find it on TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an unbelievable collection of uncut, unabridged audiobooks and ebooks.
For access to the full, unfiltered scene, go to TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off any digital product.
This is the deal of a lifetime, a discount that can be applied to bundles that are already listed at a discounted price.
You heard that right. It's time for you to treat yourself.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 29. Clive. Chantal jumps as the plane hits the ground, quickly looking at me with worry on her face. "You're okay. We're here," I say. She sits up and examines the window. I grab her bag from the overhead bins, hand it to her, and then set mine on my seat while I shut the door. We exit the airport, and I look over to see Chantal trying to flag down a taxi when a car pulls up to the curb to greet us. A look of surprise crosses her face when the driver's door opens, and a man walks around to open our door. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. Welcome to your honeymoon. I'll be your driver throughout your stay. My name is Kane." "Nice to meet you," I say as he gestures for us to get in the car. Chantal climbs in, and I slide beside her. "Did you do this?" Chantal asks. "Of course I did. I wanted security but didn't want to bring mine along because I wanted us to be relaxed. I want these 2 weeks to be just about us and not have to think of anything back home." I smile at her as he climbs in and starts the car. "I'm so glad you're here for 2 weeks. That will give you enough time to see more than most guests. But I'll take you to your villa immediately so you can get unpacked. And then you let me know what your plan is from there," Kane says. We both nod as he drives away. Chantal is staring at me, so I lean down and kiss her forehead. Doesn't look as though it satisfies her, so I lean down further and kiss her lips. It's like she instantly comes alive underneath me as soon as our skin touches. Her hands fly around my neck, pulling me into her. Every fiber of my being wants her so badly. But I know we're not alone, and I have to wait. So, I slow her down a little and give her gentle pecks. I need her to slow down, or I'll end up asking Kane to pull over and get out. I laugh at the vision of him standing outside the car waiting for us. Chantal looks upset, and that's the last thing I want. I lean in and whisper in her ear. "I want you so badly, but I need you to be patient with me, okay? We'll be at the villa soon, and I promise I'll ask him to leave us alone. I'm yours for the rest of the night, okay?" She bites her lip at me for a moment, driving me wild until she nods in agreement and rests her head on my shoulder. My heart is pounding in my chest as I'm trying to calm down enough so as not to show Kane what mood I'm in as soon as I stand up. Finally, Kane stops and turns off the car. He lets us out and grabs our luggage. The villa is a cute house off a boardwalk over the ocean. "Oh, wow. This is fantastic," I say, walking to the door. Chantal's eyes are racing back and forth, and I can't help but smile at her. She looks even more beautiful in this lighting. Kane opens the door, sets our bags inside, and gives us a tour. Nothing he's saying is making sense. All I can think about is getting Chantal under me. We make it to the bedroom part of our tour, and she gasps. There's a huge tub in the middle of the floor, and the bed is perfectly made. I'm staring at Kane, trying to get him to leave without me having to come out and ask. "Please, dude, I'm begging you." Finally, I start walking to the door, and we head outside. "Well, I will leave you both to it. I'm just staying a few villas down. I don't have anything planned for your 2 weeks, and it's all completely up to you guys. I left some brochures on the table so you guys can come up with a schedule or list of things you'd like to do, and then give me a call whenever you're ready to go out," he says, and gets back in the car. She grabs a couple of brochures too and hands me the others. "I guess we should look at these, huh? I mean, I think we've already found the best attraction site here, but if you want to, just in case." I laugh and she playfully nudges my shoulder. Every single place we look at is more exquisite than the next. I'm so glad we have 2 weeks to do this because I don't know how to see everything otherwise. We talk about which days to spend on the beach and which days to spend in our villa, being newlyweds. I'm just not sure how to not do what we just did the whole time. I already can't stop thinking about it. She smiles and climbs on top of me. "Oh, is that right?" I kiss her and grab the back of her neck, licking her jawline down to her collarbone. She giggles and climbs off, telling me it tickles. "What if we spend a few days doing things close to the villa and take a lot of breaks?" I chuckle. "Then we can venture out a little further in a few days. Still taking breaks, right?" A flirtatious smile crosses her face, giving me butterflies. Chantal suddenly throws the brochures and jumps off the bed. "Let's go swimming," she exclaims. "I'd love to." We both get up and pull the swimsuits out of our luggage, putting them on. Damn, she fills that bikini in so well. I think as she grabs my hand and we run down the boardwalk, jumping into the water below. We both gasp as soon as we come up for air. The water feels so cool and fresh. She clings to me as we float when suddenly I notice there are huge orange fish swimming with us. "Oh, they're huge," I say. We're swimming around with them and laughing as they dart around us. We are insanely happy, and nothing can make it better. We spend the next few hours swimming and enjoying the water. When we finally are back inside the villa and drying off to get back in clothes, there's a knock at the door. It takes me a second to get to it. When I do, there's no one there. Instead, there's a massive cart of food and fruit. I wheel it in and pick up the note on top. "Hope you're enjoying your first evening here with us. I figured you two would like the first night to yourselves, so here's some dinner for you. I'll call tomorrow to go over your plans." "Sincerely, Kane." "That's so sweet," Chantal says, grabbing some strawberries off the cart. "Oh, I know exactly what to do with those," I say and pick her up. We spend the rest of the night tangling in the sheets. The sunshine coming through the windows wakes us peacefully. I roll over and wrap my arms around Chantal, kissing her. "Good morning, my beautiful wife. How'd you sleep?" I ask. "So good. I could get used to listening to the ocean to fall asleep. It's so calming." She smiles and nuzzles into me. We lie in bed for several hours, enjoying each other as honeymooners do, completely in love and taking advantage of having nothing else to do until we hear from Kane. Suddenly, the villa phone rings. I sigh as I have to gently slide out from under her to answer it. "Hello?" I ask. "Good morning. How'd you both sleep?" Kane asks. "What we did sleep was amazing." I laugh, and Chantal rolls her eyes. He lets us know he'll be over soon to discuss our plans. Chantal and I are getting some clothes on as he knocks. I let him in, and we all sit down on the sofa. "Have you had a chance to look at any of these?" Kian asks, grabbing the pile of brochures. "We have. We've decided to be pretty lenient the first few days, just hanging out here. Then we'll start adventuring a little more." I smile at Chantal, who's glancing away with a smile on her face. Kane smiles at us both. "Sounds perfect. I will leave you to it then. If you need any help with anything, let me know. Until then, enjoy your honeymoon." He leaves, and we both embrace each other instantly. It's incredible to think about it. We get to spend the next 2 weeks in each other's arms, with no worries and no one here to bother us. Plus, as much sex as we can hope for. I'm the luckiest man alive.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to YouTube's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
If you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 30. Chantal. Lionel drives us to where Stella's party is taking place. Clive and I sit on either side of her car seat as she giggles and laughs at the toys on her lap. I absolutely love my life, and my heart is so whole. I have everything I can possibly want in this car with me. It's hard to believe she's already a year old and the most beautiful little girl in the world. We've all come so far together in the last year, and I can be proud of my huge part in that as I watch her. But as we drive, I can't help it as my mind trails off, thinking of all the struggles that got us here today. Where has the time gone? Everyone says that the first year flies by. During those sleepless nights, where you and the baby are both awake and crying together, trying to get through it. It feels impossible. All while your husband snores in the background because he just doesn't hear her. It's normal but challenging, and you don't see how it will possibly get better. No matter how much you love them, it seems that this phase will last forever, and you start to wonder if it's the right choice for you, or if you both will benefit if you hire a nanny and return to work. Especially as a new mother, the stress of not knowing is something that people don't talk about enough. Nothing can prepare you for the guessing game of helping a newborn. Listening to her scream when you're running on 2 hours of sleep is one of the hardest things. Part of you is losing your mind a little because the crying is overwhelming. Exhaustion is taking over, and you'd give anything for 5 minutes of silence. Your nerves are shot, and it feels like her crying is a constant fire alarm going off in your head. And it drives you crazy. Despite all of this, your love for your child is overwhelming, and it carries you through to moments like this, wondering where the time went, even though a few months ago, you swore it would never end. Then I think about how hard I work to be a new and better version of myself every day. How Clive and I push through it all and come out stronger together, making it all 10 times more worth it because I get to do it with the love of my life. Finally, I snap out of my flashbacks as Lionel pulls into the parking lot. I unbuckle Stella out of her car seat and make our way to the beautiful park for her party. As we walk inside to see what Melinda, the party planner, did with the place, I'm in shock. She has bouncy castles set up all over and tables full of food. The decorations are pink and purple with unicorns and castles. I have never seen something so adorable. It makes me tear up as I think about how old she's getting. Melinda walks out of the building and meets us on the grass. "Do you love it?" she asks excitedly. "Oh, it's absolutely perfect. Thank you so much," I say, and set Stella on the ground. She toddles off to the giant blow-up unicorn in the corner. "Perfect. I'm so glad. Oh, your costumes are right over here. Let me grab them. People should start showing up anytime, so if you want to take her and get dressed, you can. There are changing rooms right inside." She hands me the armload of costumes and takes off to finish the final touches. "Stella, come here, baby. We get to put on your princess dress now," I say. She turns around with a massive smile on her face and walks back to me. Her cute, wobbly walk makes me smile as she reaches for my hand. Clive and I walk hand in hand with her to the dressing room. I hand him his king outfit and take Stella into the room with me. She's laughing and smiling as I put it on her. She stares in the mirror as I finish the final touches of her hair. When we're ready, we step out and she sees Clive. The biggest smile appears when she sees his crown. To our surprise, we walk back into the party, and the guests are here. Everyone claps when Stella walks in, and she quickly hides behind me. She peeks around and smiles when she spots Cassie. "Hey, birthday girl," Cassie says, and picks her up to hug her. Clive steals her for a moment so we can talk. I watch as he takes her into the biggest bouncy castle and gently lets her bounce. I'm smiling and entirely in love watching how much they love each other. "You look so happy. I'm so glad," Cassie says, squeezing my hand. "I really am, more than I ever thought possible. And I couldn't have picked a better man to start my family with. Clive's such a good father, and she absolutely adores him. My heart is so full." We talk for a few moments when Melinda comes out carrying a giant 3-tier cake. It's full of candles, despite Stella only turning 1, but I love it. Clive walks Stella over to it, and everyone starts singing. She's shy, until she sees me blowing out a candle. Then she starts spitting her baby drool all over the cake, trying to copy me, and we all start laughing. Once the candles are out, Melinda sets them on the dessert table and starts cutting. Well, everyone, thank you for coming and helping us celebrate this special day for our beautiful little girl, Stella. This is a huge milestone for her, and we are so glad everyone could come to be a part of making it special, Clive says, and everyone's clapping and cheering. I also wanted to thank my beautiful wife, he continues, for not only working alongside Melinda to plan this, but for giving me my greatest blessing in the first place. It's been a crazy year, full of worry, sadness, and most importantly, happiness. I'm just so glad I got to do it with you. He leans in and kisses me. My heart is so full it might explode, and I'm completely speechless. The party is perfect, and she loves it. She even opens up to the guests and all the kids running around. Until finally, it's time for presents. She wobbles over to the stacks and stacks of gifts and jumps right in, shredding the paper faster than we can read the names on them. Everyone's snapping pictures and capturing every single moment. Can someone get a family picture of us, please? Clive asks. Cassie steps forward and gladly accepts the task. Clive picks up Stella and wraps his arm around me. We all have huge smiles, and my heart is beaming. How is it possible to be this happy? Chapter 31. Chantal. I arrive back home after dropping Stella off at Cassie's for the night, and as soon as I step inside, it feels different. I rarely get a night off, not that I'm complaining because I love her to pieces, but when I do, I'm unsure of what to do with myself. Luckily, Clive has a charity ball he wants us to attend tonight, so that will keep my mind busy most of the night. I must distract myself long enough to get ready and out the door. I walk into the closet, looking for an outfit. I haven't been to something like this in so long I can hardly remember what to wear, let alone find something in my mom's clothes closet that's fancy enough to blend in. I'm stripping nearly everything off the hangers, rifling through, trying to find any shred of the clothes from before the pregnancy, something from before my time of not seeing the outside world. Well, unless I'm grocery shopping or picking up pull-ups. Suddenly, Clive clears his throat behind me, and I jump, grasping my chest as I turn around to see him standing in the bedroom doorway. "What the hell, babe? You scared me to death. I thought you had errands to run for a while. That's why you asked me to take Stella?" I say, still panting. "Okay. Me asking you to drop off Stella was for you and me both, because I knew if I dropped her off, it would be just like last time, and you'd be worried I forgot something. So I figured there would be no worry if you did it." "Okay, yeah, that does sound like me." We both laugh, and I turn back to the closet to continue my search. I hear footsteps behind me as he approaches. "Are you having some issues finding something to wear?" he asks, taking a seat on the bed. I turn to look at him with a sarcastic smile on my face, ready to make a snarky comment about him needing to find someone else to take tonight, because I have nothing. But as soon as I see him, I notice a dress bag lying on the bed beside him. My eyes widen, and I'm full of excitement. I know how hard this transition has been for you, and you still agreed to come with me even though it wasn't easy for you. I really wanted to make you feel special and make you feel as gorgeous as you look. He slides down the zipper and I gasp. "Oh my God, Clive, it's gorgeous. I thought you were full of hell, but this dress might make me gorgeous." I laugh and remove it from the bag. He grabs my hand and looks into my eyes. "You are gorgeous, with or without this dress. I just wanted you to remember what it felt like to get fancy and enjoy a night with some people from the other world we live in. But you are more gorgeous now than the day I met you, and I mean that. You gave me my beautiful daughter, and watching you care for her has been the greatest blessing." He kisses me. "Now hurry that fine ass up. We have places to be." We both laugh, and I head into the bathroom. As I curl my hair and add a few finishing touches to my face, I can't stop thinking about him. He knows I'm having issues without even telling him, which is one of my favorite things about him. I'm still the luckiest woman in the world. When I finish primping, I walk out wearing my lace bra and panties, another touch of the outfit that goes into making a woman feel good. Damn, Chantal, come here. I don't even want to go now. He grabs me and kisses me passionately. He starts kissing my neck and trying to take off my strap. Okay, honey. I appreciate you, but we really need to get going soon because we don't have time for this. I push past him and grab the dress off the bed. He's finishing up his tie as I slide on the dress. Okay, fine. But you better be ready for me to make some time afterward. We don't pick Stella up until the morning, and I'm taking advantage of that. He laughs. We head out of the house and climb in the car. Lionel heads toward the ball. Clive and I are hand in hand, making me think of times before Stella that were a bit simpler but not as fulfilling. The parking lot is full, and my anxiety instantly hits the roof. Clive squeezes my hand, and we climb out, ready to take our little piece of the spotlight. We walk through the glass revolving doors, cameras flash, and people loudly talk over everyone else. I suddenly wonder why I even have a touch of desire for this. And I instantly want to go home. We walk through the crowd of people. Clive stops in front of every single camera and pulls me in for a romantic picture. That's one thing I'll never hate, the way he shows me off, no matter who's in the room. We finally pass the entrance cameras and make our way into the ballroom. It's gorgeous. There's a giant crystal chandelier dangling overhead, and the floors are so shiny I can see my reflection. Clive starts taking me around the room and introducing me to people that already know my name, but whom I've never met. I smile and nod politely and don't remember a single name they tell me, secretly hoping they don't come back up later. Suddenly, Clive gasps and pulls me across the dance floor. We're heading straight for a couple across from us, and I don't recognize the man. But how do I know the woman he's with? I'm thinking about it the whole walk over to them. Finally, Clive introduces me to his friend George. George, this is my wife Chantal. Chantal, this is an old rival from debate back in college. I haven't seen him in years. This is crazy, Clive says and shakes George's hand. I'm still staring at the women at George's side, trying to figure it out until it hits me. He starts his introduction, but her face looks the same as mine. We both begin to giggle and we hug. Confusion spreads on both men's faces, making us giggle even more, but we don't give them any details. Clive, this is Katerina, I say. We're going to find some drinks. I'll find you in a bit, okay? He nods, and Katerina and I make our way back out of the ballroom. We're holding arms as we walk out of the room and into the dining area. I'm so glad to have someone else to get me through tonight. It's one of the only business events George travels for anymore, so I was completely dreading it because I knew everyone would be so excited to see him that I'd be standing in the corner alone. Katerina smiles and grabs 2 glasses off a serving tray. She hands one to me. I accept with an appreciative smile. I'm so happy too. I can't believe the chances of us both being here. I adore Clive, but these things are definitely not my speed, I say and take a sip. Oh yes. Clive, I'm so happy for you. It seems like it's been a good year for you. I know the last time we saw each other, you were still pretty upset. There have definitely been a lot of changes since I saw you last. All of them are so good, though. I'm in such a good place finally. He's absolutely amazing, and I couldn't have found a better man. I'm so glad. You both look so in love. I knew you'd find it. I nudge her arm playfully. Well, you were starting to be the only one of us to believe it. We both giggle and watch the room from the hall. We stand silently for a moment, and then she comments on my dress. Oh, thank you. Clive surprised me with it tonight, and I was so shocked. After the baby, I didn't really have that many fancy clothes anymore, so it was an amazing touch. I couldn't believe he thought to do something like that, I say, my cheeks heating. Wait, baby, you really have made progress, Katerina exclaims. Yes, we have a beautiful little girl together. Oh, wow, that's amazing. It doesn't seem like that long ago since we ran into each other last, but I guess things happen so fast. Especially when you have kids, they just shoot up. It's crazy. She giggles. It is? Where is the little one tonight? We make our way back into the room when the music starts playing. Oh, my friend has her tonight. Crazy how it never gets easier to leave them with a sitter, does it? She asks. Oh, I'm so glad it's not just me. But take advantage of that time with Clive tonight. I know it's hard and you miss them, but you must remember how important your two's relationship is too, because you'll be together after the kids go to college. She nudges me, and we find our men still in the same spot. Hey, dear, welcome back, Clive says and kisses the side of my head. Katerina and I are grinning ear to ear. It's so crazy to think about that night we met in the bar all those years ago. Neither of us thought we'd ever find the right man in those days. Of course, we also never thought our paths would cross again after that night. It's such a strange coincidence, how we keep running into each other in the most unexpected places. We're both blessed now to have the right men, but I think we're also blessed to have each other, a living reminder that it's never too late.